gave me the pictures. Yes, we're ready.
All right, welcome to the Westwood Planning Board meeting. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to the Westwood Planning Board meeting. I'm Dave Atkins, and I will be chairing tonight's meeting. Our meeting is video recorded by Westwood Media Center. If anyone else wishes to record the meeting, please identify yourself so the audience is aware. As a friendly reminder, please turn off your cell phone ringers. The meeting will be civil and all people will be treated respectfully. The format of the meeting will be that when an item is called, the applicant will come forward to the podium to present their application to the board. The board will proceed to staff comments. The board members will ask questions of the applicant, and the public will have an opportunity for public comment. When it's time for the public comment period, the chair will call those wishing to speak to the podium to use the microphone. Once at the podium, please identify yourself by stating your name and address for the record. Please direct all comments and questions through the chair. All people will be given the opportunity to speak, but in the interest of time and fairness, repetitive or off-topic comments may be cut short. First of all, Abby, I would ask if there are any changes to the agenda.
Yes, we do have one change. Item number 3, that is the limited EIDR application for 340 Clapboardtree Street. St. Mark's Cathedral has requested a continuance to your next meeting on Tuesday, March 12th at 8 p.m. in the cafeteria of the Downey Elementary School. If you could vote on that request to continue that hearing.
I can make a motion to continue the 340 Clapboardtree Street hearing to our following meeting as previously identified by Abby.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. That'll be continued. Let's see, I think that we're about ready to move on to the first item on the agenda. And I would remind people in the audience, when you do want to speak, please use the microphone, identify yourself so that the video recording can pick it up. So the first item on the agenda is Morgan Farm Estates definitive subdivision bond reduction request for Phase 2. Abby, do you want to summarize where we are with that?
Yes. At your last meeting, there was a request for a bond reduction. It came in earlier in the month. Phil, the acting town engineer, had done an inspection, and I had gone out and inspected as well too, because we wanted to verify the tree plantings. And so we had recommended the remaining amount to be held for the remaining work to be $19,546. So that would be subtracting $28,600 from the work since the last reduction, which was in 2017. At your last meeting on January 29th, there were some questions about when those trees had been planted and in reference to the state DEP regulations, which often call for 2 years check on trees. After further review, those regulations really don't apply here, and your regulations are actually more stringent because once they're on the plan, they've been approved, they're street trees, they fall under your subdivision approval.
If they die, they have to
So if they
replant
die,
new
they
ones.
have to be replaced, even if that's in 3, 4, 5 years. For right now, the right-of-way is still owned by the developer, so if any of those street trees that are in the right-of-way, if those die, the developer is responsible for replacing those. And then if a street is accepted, if they're in the right-of-way, then the town would take on that responsibility. So at your next release, or the next release, or the full release, that's when, again, myself and the town engineer would go out and do an inspection, make a recommendation. If there were more trees that need to be replaced, that would be captured then. And then also when a request for street acceptance comes to town meeting, it's submitted through the select board and then is referred to the planning board, again, for a final recommendation. And that's where you, again, review all the work and make sure all the work is done before the town would take ownership of the right-of-way. So I would recommend tonight that the planning board release the funds to the developer with the remaining amount to be $19,546. I had prepared a draft condition, a draft motion with the condition that all the street trees be installed by May 30th, or no further bond releases will be considered. There are 16 trees that were still left to be planted.
Thank you for getting that information.
Thank you for clarifying.
I don't have any comments.
Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this? Can I have a motion?
Yeah, so I make a motion that the tripartite agreement for Phase 2 of Morgan Farm Estates dated August 21st, 2015 be reduced from $48,146 to $19,546 for the remaining work, with a condition that all street trees be installed by May 30th, 2019, or no further bond releases will be considered.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The next item on the agenda is, were there any addition, did you have any other thing after
Nope.
that? Nope. Oh, and I just wanted to also, we have kind of a busy, we have a lot stacked up here because we had a snow day essentially. And so we will be I'm going to try to move things through quickly, but of course, give everybody an opportunity to adequately address these things. So if I seem like a little antsy, I'm going to try to move it along. So the second item on the agenda is University Station, 80 University Ave, Project Development Review Public Meeting, which was continued from January 29th. This is construction of a two-story building for 40,000 square feet of office, surface parking, and associated site work. We're going to hear about the sidewalk, also about the sidewalk plan approved as a part of the Courtyard Marriott project in 2017. So with that, Mr. Sincata, would you like to update us?
Good evening, Paul Sincata with New England Development. So as the agenda stated, we're here. The PDR application is a two-story, 40,000 square foot office building. It's located on the corner that's closest to Not Your Average Joe's, which is Brigham Way and University Ave. What I thought I would do is just highlight the handful of outstanding, not outstanding, the more notable comments that were made between the beta review memo that was prepared in preparation for the initial meeting with the board, and how those were addressed, as well as some comments that came out of the initial presentation before the board on the 29th meeting. So many of Merrick's comments in the review involved where the limit of work line would be for this 40,000 square foot office building, as we look at it on the left-hand side of the picture. So as you may recall, and I don't think that we have a blown-up version, there's a future development parcel to the left of this building, and so the boundaries that are shown, and it's not going to show up with the beep with the little dot here, but the boundaries on all of the site drawings throughout the package have been defined on the site plan. So it's clear where the limits of pavement are, where the limits of curbing go, and everything to the left of the proposed office development and finished site work will be loamed, seeded, and stabilized, waiting for the next phase of development. One of the other comments that we had talked about at the last meeting was incorporation of a pedestrian way through the parking field, and that's shown highlighted on this plan as the hatched area. 4 spaces were removed to create a pedestrian way through the middle of the parking field. The spaces continue to be striped at 8.5-foot wide spaces, And that accommodation has been made throughout all of the engineering drawings, the grading, drainage, and utilities and such. You may also recall that based on some input from the fire department, we also striped out a space at the end of the tray across the front of the building to be able to ensure that the fire department would have access down the left side of the building. In addition to striping out that one space for the fire department access, we did get acceptance of both access for fire vehicles as well as the chief's sign off on the placement of the hydrants throughout the development. And I think that the chief was following up with that in writing, which Abby may have in the file at this point. The other items that have been addressed, which were more detailed in nature, both relating to some of the utilities as well as some of the plantings on the landscape plan, have been incorporated into the drawings based on some of the comments that came out of the beta review. Planting related things in terms of either species or placement of plants, and those sorts of things. In terms of utilities, some clarification on pipe sizing and fire lines versus domestic lines and that sort of thing, utility-wise. This building is being serviced by an emergency generator, which is located, as we look at the building, on the top right-hand corner of it, so it would be closest to the intersection of University and Brigham Way. And the board wanted to see that generator would be natural gas fueled as opposed to diesel fueled. And so that's been incorporated into the plans as well. Then the last real major issue that came out of the initial presentation was talk of whether or not the design really fit into the overall site, and whether it was enough of a blend, which had SGA, our architect, go back and take a look with Mike Sinesi at some alternative colors. And so I'm going to turn it over to David Enriquez from SGA to fill you in on some of those changes.
Hi, as Paul said, David Enriquez with SGA Architects. We heard the comments from the board last time and went back to address some of them in our design, and I think that primarily we wanted to get at what we thought was perhaps holding this building back from meshing with the district more, and that was primarily the brick color. And we looked at the context and primarily the immediate context across the street, the Gables residential building. And so we wanted to bring the brick more towards a red brick, but we still wanted to maintain a kind of a modern look. So we've chosen a blend of two iron spot red bricks, which we think gives it a lot of character, but still maintains a kind of a appropriate look for an office building, which is the typology. So that's the major thing. We did look at other ways of incorporating other materials onto the building, but we felt that they looked a bit tacked on and didn't feel like that solution was integral to the building. So we thought we'd take the bolder step of really just changing the brick color. It's still a Norman size brick. It still has that horizontality, but we think it probably works better with the context, especially the immediate context. One of the other things that we addressed was the color of the glass. So the glass is actually a clearer glass now. So we've gone with a clearer glass, and the red brick we think pulls it away from more of the overall gray palette that we were showing before.
I don't know if the slides do it any justice.
All right, so that's the same.
Is it open now?
Right, this is an installation. We've used this palette before on another building in Cambridge, and we think it still has a modern look while we think blending in more with the context.
Thank you. Did anyone have any questions on the design?
No, I like, it's a warmer color. I think it relates better to the site in total than, I believe that's what we were shown before, right? Correct. The gray palette. I'm just one member, but I think it blends remarkably better than that did. So I appreciate the efforts to address that concern from me. I don't know about the other board members, but it was a concern of mine.
Yeah, great. Nice improvement.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Thank
it's
you.
warmer. I had a couple of questions about the pedestrian pathway. So that's, Abby, do you have the pictures of, I think you said it's stamped asphalt, and I wondered, is it the same, would it be the same treatment as what's in the parking lot between Del Frisco's and Not Your Average Joe's, which is kind of a, it's a,
Let me see, do you mind if I can pull up that picture, let's see. This one here?
Yes.
so there's no island, but it would, so basically what's going on is that it's in the parking design, you took away the spaces and there would be like this, like a,
Correct. It's a stamped colored pattern. We would likely use the same pattern. We've used this in 2 locations in the development. The other locations over at the Bonefish location, we've used the same color, the same brick pattern.
So we're, in this application, not this one I'm pointing at, but the one we're talking about building, instead of having the island go through, and it changes to concrete, if I'm remembering correctly, in this island, right?
In
What I'm pointing at now. So we would have stamped concrete throughout,
the asphalt surface.
but it would remain this lighter color throughout the entire parking lot. It wouldn't resort back to black where the cars pass over. It would stay that color.
It would
And
stay
even where the cars are parked, it would stay
right.
that
So
color.
so if we get back to
I'm not articulating it well, and I apologize.
It would
I
be a
think- I think
well-defined
it's-
pathway through the parking lot?
The entire way? A lighter
So-
color?
you can see on our layout drawing that the hatch is
Zoom in here.
there we go.
That's a
The hatch is continuous from the space all the way to the
Right,
curb.
I noticed it was striped diagonally, though, so I didn't know if that denoted a different color, a different pattern.
We
so-
would intend to use the same pattern all the way.
So it'll look like that first picture we saw all the way
all the
throughout.
way across.
I have it appears as though it's starting one row up, and it's not connecting at all to the pathways or the walkways.
To here?
Hold up. Yeah.
So it's not connecting to here because this is servicing just those people parking in the parking lot, and the connection to the park is this one here. Because the park has been constructed to receive a walkway at this location and not at that location.
like
So
this.
these have 2 different functions. This one is serving to get people
To the building.
to the front door, whereas this one is serving to get people into the park.
That spot on the bottom over the word proposed, why is that so much larger? And it has some, what does that show in the bottom?
So
right corner?
there's a
What is that? Is that
there's a
regular spot?
parking. See how some of the parking space lines have disappeared? They're a little
Oh,
bit
yeah.
faded.
I do see that.
So it's missing.
It's
You're,
just
you're
a
not seeing
function
this
of the-
space line, and the CC is concrete curb.
Okay.
So there's a curb there, like it's, if you kept walking straight through there and through the parking space, there's a curb that borders the park. So there's no reason to
Correct.
climb up into the
Correct.
park.
This boundary is a curb. Today, if you were to go visit the site, it would be marked essentially by a temporary construction fence. You can follow pretty much that same line today with the
But
fence.
no fence will exist, it'll just be a curb.
It'll be a curb, and if you've been through the park, it's fairly heavily planted, so and mounded. Hopefully, we don't have people traipsing through the plants, and it, the idea is that they would be using that main sidewalk, and because it's bermed, and it's bermed pretty prevalent, I should say, it's pronounced.
Robust.
So it's not it's hopefully not something that people that will be traipsing up and over into the park.
Okay.
Thank you for addressing that.
Thank you. And this is 8.5 foot width parking spaces, which is,
Correct.
did anyone have any further thoughts on?
Is this the only development that has 8.5 parking spaces over there at University?
Some portion of the retail parking spaces are 8 3/4 feet. There've been some conversation over the recent weeks that the office building up behind Marshall's Home Goods, 101 Station Drive, where some people that are familiar with that property have visited and found those spaces fairly tight. Some of those spaces are under 8 feet. That office building has been around for a long, long time. When it was refreshed and re-tenanted, it was restriped as it came, and some of those spaces are in the 7.5 foot range. So this is very different. 8.5 is very, very different than some of those up top. Technically, that building's not part of the development, but I think a lot of people view it as part of the development. This area here will be the only area within the development that we use 8.5, and the reason why we're proposing it is because it's the only area that we anticipate having strictly an office use. And you may recall in some of the materials that we had supplied to the board, we did a fair amount of research close by in terms of communities. There's a half a dozen or so communities that we can all get to within 20 minutes or half an hour from here that are using 8.5 as a standard width. As many use 9, but I think the point here is we're trying to optimize the land as best we can and accommodate as much commercial space as we can. And we've spent some time reviewing it with Beta as well, and really feel, given that it's an office use, it's not a retail use where there's a quick turnaround on spaces, that the 8.5 is appropriate.
I think, hypothetically speaking, though, if there was overflow from the restaurants or from, if they were to start using even the train station, I know 6 inches is a lot.
So we police pretty vigorously the any train station parking. We can't afford to lose spaces in the restaurant area, and since the restaurants have been open, we have had to really be diligent about it.
Sure.
And the restaurants have proven to take care of themselves. We haven't had, for instance, poaching of spaces in the hotel area or in Brigham's area as a result of overflow from the restaurant. And I think a big part of that is because we keep commuters out of that parking lot. Left unchecked, we'd have a very different situation. And then when you get special events, the Patriots Day, I should say the Patriots Parade, it was a bit of a,
Challenge?
a bit of a challenge to keep people out of that lot that shouldn't have been in that lot. So we don't see that there'll be any restaurant demand coming into this office parking lot. And again, if our tenant wasn't comfortable with it, and they're the ultimate end users, we certainly would be hearing about it. And so we're comfortable with it. Our user is comfortable with the 8.5. I think it is appropriate, and we haven't. Very often, the narrower space will come with reducing its length. We have not reduced its length. We've maintained the same length, which does help in terms of the backup move when you back out of the space.
I'm curious, has the math been done? How many do you drop down to if you go to 9 foot?
Across this plan, we're probably approaching 10-ish, give or take.
10 off, so 155.
We've lost 5 spaces, and got our tenant to agree to the 5 space reduction, which were the 4 from creating the pathway, and then the one that gives the fire department that clear path.
Do we have any, any other questions about this?
No, I'm okay with the width, considering the use of the space, commercial use.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with this as well. It's a good plan.
All right. At the last, at our last meeting, we asked about the Amtrak connection, and it's unrelated to this specific plan here that we're discussing today, but I did want to hear an update on that, because we looked into it as well, and we realized that we approved the Marriott property with this sidewalk to be done once permission was granted from Amtrak, but we haven't heard anything from Amtrak, and it's kind of concerned that it'll never get done because without anything happening. But did you have? So
Brian Dugdale with Goulston's been tracking it very closely and can give you a quick little summary on it. But you are right. The circumstances when the hotel was approaching their completion was they'd anticipated that the Amtrak approval would be in place, and then they would build a sidewalk, and the sidewalk would actually end at the building. And the concern that Amtrak, that the hotel had at the time was the sidewalk is built partially on hotel land and partially on railroad right-of-way. And so with the Amtrak approval not in place, what the hotel's concern was is the piece that was built on the hotel's land would end at a fence, which would be the railroad right-of-way. And they were uncomfortable with that condition, and so that led to the hotel coming back to the board and asking that their PDR application be modified so that they get a CO with the understanding that that sidewalk would be actually paved as a sidewalk when the approval came through. So that's the approval that you're referencing. And so today, where the sidewalk is supposed to be, it's loam and seed, and there's some security in place that New England Development would take the loam and seed up and put the concrete sidewalk down once the approval was granted. And that's how the hotel was able to work around that as part of their overall plan. Brian's been working with both T and Amtrak folks, and he can give you a summary, which I think has been provided. Well, we brought hard copies if the board doesn't have them.
Right. Mr. Chair, if I may, you did receive a written update about this afternoon. I did upload it into your electronic packet. You may not have had a chance to review it, but we got that today, and Brian can summarize that for you.
I do have hard copies.
Sure.
Oh, there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello again, thank you. Again, Brian Dugdale from Goulston and Stores. And Abby, sorry to put you on the spot. I don't know if you have just the,
Yeah, I could
plan we could
go
use.
to
It just shows the
this one.
orientation, yeah. It's up to you, but, so we, on behalf of New England Development as the master developer of the project, sort of took the lead on trying to get this pedestrian connection approved. Oh, this is perfect. This will show you where it is. It's in the far northeastern corner of the project. There you go. That's a perfect plan to show it. So as part of our plan, we had always hoped to create this pedestrian connection. Where it goes off the plan there, you can see the hotel where that's situated, and then the sidewalk we're talking about is on the hotel property, leading along the eastern boundary. And then from there, it actually goes into the right-of-way along the tracks. There's a platform there between the tracks and the proposed sidewalk. And the sidewalk will create this new connection on the actual right-of-way that would lead you to, it's an existing door that's currently used as emergency egress. So we've been pursuing the plan to try to get that connected. We really started in earnest when we were developing the village area down there. Probably in 2016, we started our initial connections, first to the MBTA, and then because Amtrak is there, Amtrak has primary jurisdiction for review of any plans that are related to doing any work within a right-of-way area. So those connections continued through the year of 2016, and then in early 2017, we submitted a formal application to Amtrak, which is the package that you have in front of you today. Once that was submitted, we continued regular touch-ins, and we have them documented. I didn't submit them here, but we had plenty of touch-ins, probably once every 2 to 3 weeks. We did not get much traction. So from about February to October of 2017, we did not have a whole lot of, did not make a whole lot of headway with Amtrak. And as we just talked about, in that time period, we made the arrangement with the hotel to hold off on completion of the hotel's portion of the sidewalk until we got approval for that connection all the way to the station. Around late 2017, the people we had been dealing with at the MBTA, who we're very familiar with, people from both NED and our office, Goulston and Stores, work with all the time. We got them more involved as we started getting less traction with Amtrak in late 2017. And at that point in time, they asked to take the lead. They gave a very clear indication that we should step back, that they're reviewing the plans in connection with other things that they're looking at in connection with the station. We would regularly check in through the MBTA to find, to make sure people were still paying attention to it, remember that we were there. We would get little updates, but nothing really substantive. So, with apologies for not updating the board, we did not have a whole lot of substantive updates. So, recognizing that this was a concern of the board, we reached out again recently and pushed to get as much information as we could. What's been indicated to us is that Amtrak is looking at it, and there are some concerns that the proposed work within the right-of-way might interfere with some potentially planned improvements they have for the station itself and the right-of-way. So we don't have a firm yes or no response right now. We continue to be a wait and hold pattern. There's not, to be frank, a lot we can do about that because again, they're reviewing it within the context of other planned improvements that would take primacy from Amtrak's perspective.
Well, thank you for the update. I think that it's important to think of this. It's not just an extra little piece to add on to this, but it is kind of fundamental to this idea. There's a hotel, there's the train station right there. People can stay in the hotel, hop on the train, go into Boston for a meeting. It connects everything, and so it should be a high value to the development, and
Certainly.
not just an extra thing. Do you think that they're thinking about? Are they talking about like removing that ramp or something and improving the whole area, or did you have any more insight into what the?
I don't have a whole lot about what's contemplated. I don't want to speculate too much. I do know they're looking at some improvements related to the rail itself, and they do have concerns that it could potentially be a condition that would be unsafe, because again, it's hard to see on this plan, but the pedestrian connection does really go, because the end of Blue Hill Drive there, it's really like it used to be a ramp that goes across. And so the path does go a bit exactly into the right of way, and there's some actual plans that I guess they're contemplating within the right of way related to the rail service itself. I don't have much information on that, but I do know that's the concern.
That's a good pick.
Roll back down just a little bit.
This way? Or
Other way.
this way?
Over here. So
Oh, yeah.
this is looking inbound. The door that we're trying to connect to is an existing door around the corner from the utility pole and the transformer. This abutment wall is concrete here, and then it's a sheet pile wall that flares back at an angle. And so this supported the old Green Lodge Street Bridge. When the bridge is put back into service, it'll be a little bit taller because it'll have to be able to get over the taller lines associated with the station. And then some of you may know that.
Oh, you're gonna need a microphone.
What gets put back into place when the bridge is put back into service is this becomes an on-ramp that is part of the new interchange. And so the sidewalk There are remnants of a sidewalk. You can see it here. There's a little bit of asphalt underneath the snow. It was served as an emergency exit door from the station. And then probably about at this location in the fence is where the fence would open up, maybe a little bit further down. Opening in the fence happens, and now you're on the hotel property. And the sidewalk that was constructed by the hotel, all but the concrete surface was constructed down to the fence. And so what has to happen in order to put this in place is the loam and seed gets removed on the hotel portion. Maybe it's 150 feet of sidewalk, and concrete sidewalk goes in its place. An opening in the fence is created. This sidewalk that partially exists on the railroad right-of-way land gets reconstructed. So the sidewalk will then go from the fence all the way to the door, and then the door, which is now an emergency out only, gets converted into a public access door.
Right. My question is, do we have any remedy for this situation where it's going on 3 years and nothing has happened? Do we have any remedy as a town that the Amtrak is located in? Or can the Amtrak just ignore us?
I think they have been.
All right, absolutely, they have been.
There's your
but-
answer right there.
But do we have any remedy to that?
I'll defer to Dan Bailey here, but I think we have limited authority, as in it's not our.
Right.
Well, I think it's
understand.
what can we do is kind of thing. Like we can't force them to go build a thing there that might not fit, but
Yeah, I don't want them to build a sidewalk to nowhere.
Dan Bailey, Special Town Council. This is something that, Nora, Mike Gillette, and I meet with the developer, more or less monthly, and this item has been on the agenda for 3 years, along with the other rail piece, which is the CSX crossing on University Avenue, which also hasn't got done. So that is the speed at which these things move, unfortunately. This one's particularly difficult because it's Amtrak, it's not the T. You can get the T's attention with state reps, and one possibility would be to request Representative Lynch's assistance on this. That's something that Brian and I have talked about, and I think we may well be at the point where we want to bring in our own elected representatives to try and force this at least to an answer, so that we understand where it's going on. But it's entirely political. That's our remedy.
I mean, would it be helpful? I mean, should this, if the board of selectmen and all, I mean, how do we make that request, or is that something you would just do?
It's probably best coming from a letter from the planning board and the board of selectmen. So,
Excuse me.
I could work with Abby and Nora to put something together.
I think we should do whatever we can to move it
Like
forward.
you say, it's been on 3 years, it's time to pursue another avenue.
Dan, who owns the road right now?
The road itself, that's
Yeah.
town layout.
So it's a town
So-
public road,
Yeah, but
Right
it
up
stops.
until-
It stops at the cliff.
right up until it's not a road anymore.
Yeah.
And is that right where the right-of-way begins?
Yes, that's where the rail right of
And
way.
that's not a
begins.
coincidence.
No. I actually thought until this morning I was misinformed, mostly because I just hadn't done the work. But I, for whatever reason, thought that the town layout actually extended closer to the platform, and I thought that the sidewalk was going to be right in front of that concrete wall. It was going to be on town layout, but I was wrong. That's railroad right of way.
And at some point, this will be an on-ramp to the 95 south?
The I-93, I-95 interchange
Right.
design calls for this to be an on-ramp to 95. It's going to go up and over when that spaghetti gets all redone, which as you might imagine, the discussion is which comes first, the walkway or the interchange. And neither is in a situation with where it's moving forward. The interchange is, I mean, the town's been looking for that, and the regional towns have been looking for that for 40 years, ever since that road got dead-ended. And, you know, we had some traction at one point, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, but then the money got taken and put elsewhere.
And once this becomes an on-ramp, it becomes state property?
Yes, or maybe even
At
federal.
what point does it become state property, right at that spot, at this spot, or back closer to
Probably
the
back.
intersection?
Yeah, and actually, I don't know. I mean, Brian, you're more of a highway lawyer than I am, but probably state, and maybe, no, it wouldn't be federal, it'd be state, state layout, yeah. Yeah, it'll probably go all the way back to the state was very, you'll probably remember, Chris, how the state really wanted its fingers in that intersection at University and Blue Hill. You know, they insisted on a very heavy hand in the design, and they constructed it, and they, you know, the town controls all of the signals along University Avenue except that one.
Yeah.
That, you know, there's a rather intricate deal with the state.
But they're all tied together.
Yes, they are all tied together.
And the state has the override button.
Yeah.
And they're concerned, it doesn't seem like the presence of a sidewalk would prevent future development of that. I think it seems like it's more the changing of the doors to a public access door that would prevent them from a redesign, or, I don't know. I mean, the presence of concrete, certainly, that concrete's not going to change their mind about what they want to do, so a little concrete on the ground's not going to do that either. And going forward, and I think we all can agree that interchange is not going to happen in the next decade. So
I doubt that, yeah, like this sidewalk is not preventing the
no,
interchange project.
it
So
can
if
easily
you
get
could
ripped up by
build this
two guys in an afternoon.
Absolutely.
So I don't know.
Yeah, just to respond to that one point, you know, we, based on conversations with the MBTA, and again, this is not, you know, maybe I don't have the full information, but my understanding is that right now they're not making use of the full right of way in terms of the width of the right of way, and they could at some point in time make more use of the existing right of way coming in towards the side. So, you know, it's hard to know exactly what they have planned, but that's the indication is there could be a potential conflict. It'd be too close to land they need. And remember, they need to be able to get up and down some of that area too, for maintenance and other purposes.
Yeah, you can see tire marks there. Something is going up and down alongside the tracks.
Yeah, Chris, I had always thought that the gating issue on this would be Homeland Security and opening. You know, this was built pre 9/11. It's got, you know, it's an Amtrak station. It's not like an MBTA station where you can just walk up. So you're subject to Homeland Security. I see them there. I mean, I take the train into Boston every day from here, and you know, a day like today, I actually dropped my wife off. There were 3 Amtrak security police vehicles in the front, and for whatever reason, they had security. You know, they do occasional checks. They'll occasionally check your bags when you're going through. So they have good control on the front, and I've always worried what they might say when this gets opened up, and how. Again, I've always thought that was going to be the hard part to solve, but that's not the feedback that we're getting.
And if that was the case, we'd just get a no.
Exactly.
And
Yeah,
we're
we
not
would have got
getting
a
any-
no a long time ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, everybody. So, yeah, I think we should proceed with that. If we
A letter.
come up with a letter, and
Okay.
planning board, and
Okay.
get everybody sign.
Yeah, this was, I mean, it's not just a throw-in topic. This was
Yeah.
well discussed when we talked about University Station and development. So I think it's important we not let it die a quiet death. It should die a Viking funeral if it's going to die. Let's do everything we can to move this along, if possible.
Okay.
All right, on this topic, we have a number of findings to make
Yes.
and conditions. Abby, you want to
Right.
set the stage for what we need to
Sure. I think
vote on?
I had prepared a draft list of conditions and some draft findings. The first finding, or the probably most important discussion item that you've already talked about a little bit, would be a positive finding on the parking, that there's adequate parking. As proposed, there's 165 spaces at the 8.5 foot width parking space. If you see in your packet, I had drafted a motion. So we had some focused on the parking was that the property owner is responsible for managing the parking lot. The parking lot, it's for office users. The idea being that it's office users are going to be more regular. They'll adapt to the size of the parking spaces. They're not open to the public with a high turnover as the retail areas. And this is what the applicant was looking for with the length of the 18 foot with the 8.5 foot wide. So those were the findings for the parking aspect. And then I had also compared some findings related to that this plan as revised materially conforms to the overall master development plan that you approved in April 2017, and then also matches the administrative change that was made in January with the redistribution of the office and retail space with this building in the future building, and that the revised plans meet the zoning bylaw, section 9.7, and don't have any negative impact. They result in net fiscal positive benefits, and the alternative parking arrangements are to be determined in this zoning district, is to be determined by the planning board. So those are the findings I had prepared for you. And then I prepared some 10 draft conditions. The first one was related to the crosswalk. I had suggested that it be the stamp asphalt. That's, I guess we had talked about it a little bit earlier about it matching the rest of the development in terms of the continuous color. So we could add those words into that one if you want. The second condition is, sorry, we didn't hear from Merrick, but in Beta's review, there was a request for a final lighting plan. We just want to make sure that matches the photometrics, that matches the surrounding areas, and then also calls for a night lighting scheme for the interior of the building because there is that glass curtain wall, so we request that to be included. The security lights be on kind of at the night so it's not having that impact on the street. A final signage plan be submitted to the town planner for review and approval. The backup generator shall use the natural gas as fuel storage and be appropriately screened. They do have the landscaping on the plans, but we'd like to make sure that's fully screened from view. That all the landscaping be installed prior to the final certificate of occupancy. If occupancy happened to be in the winter months, we'd call for, this condition is requesting that it be done in the spring at the next available growing season. The final operation and maintenance plan be submitted to myself and Beta for a final review and approval. They submitted a draft one, but we're still looking to the final details on the contacts, emergency contacts. A final as-built plan be submitted electronically for the town files. The next two, 8 and 9, relate to standard conditions related to Board of Health permitting during construction for portable toilets if needed, and then the dumpster license. And then the final condition, number 10, is that I would inspect the site prior to occupancy for compliance with the site plans in your decision.
Yeah, but is the natural gas, the generator, does that have a spill basin? Is that part of the?
No, it doesn't. I'm looking at Merrick here.
Merrick Turner with Beta. No, normally that wouldn't be the case, and that's part of the benefit of the natural gas process is it just pipes directly in.
Oh, got it.
That
Okay,
containment.
that makes sense. So I make a motion to.
Is there any public comment, anyone wishing to speak on this subject?
Just one thought as Abby was reading that conditions. I know it'll be taken up by the planning board at that time, but if this reverts back to a a retail situation, I think the future board needs to revisit restriping to a 9-foot spaces instead of the 8.5. Just thought it should be said. They'll go through a huge process anyway to change it, but it is at their discretion because of the zoning here.
Well, I think that would trigger change of use.
Yeah,
That
no,
would
I know it would. I
require
just
new review.
felt,
Okay.
I don't know, compelled to say that. I don't know why.
I agree with that. Okay, I make a motion to approve the minor modification request with the conditions previously stated.
Nope, it's the project development review. Which one are you looking at? Did I give you the wrong one? Project development review for 80 University Ave.
Yeah, that's right. So I motion to approve the project development review with the conditions previously stated.
Thanks.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, the next item on the agenda is 240 University Avenue, a minor modification request to amendment condition 1 of Planning Board's January 8th EIDR approval.
Hold up for a minute or two, let the wind clear out.
It's not a hearing, it's a public meeting.
Yes, I actually don't even, I forgot the plans for it.
It's a
Oh, no,
public,
I have.
it's not a hearing.
Right, it's not a hearing. Let me just-
Which one is? Sorry, this is the Clapboardtree one? That's a good question.
Nope, we're continuing that. This is 240.
The one we approved last time around? It's a minor modification.
Wait, don't we have to continue that, though?
We did, we already, when we first,
We did the.
How did we miss that?
It's
Oh,
the
yeah.
first thing we did.
Oh, yeah, we
I
could,
missed that.
we could remind if anyone came in late.
okay, yes. So the item 3 on the agenda, the 340
Okay, you
Clapboardtree
took the old
Street,
one. Okay, and we'll keep this a
we
new one.
previously voted to continue
just the
that
new
to
one.
March 12th.
Yes.
So that will be March 12th, 8 PM? Is that, why is it 8 PM?
I said 8 PM because we have the senior housing proposal at 7
Okay.
PM.
Being ambitious.
Yeah, if we finish it at 7:45, we have 15 minutes to kill. We'll take requests.
All right, let's see, are we
Oh, no.
ready to proceed with 240 University Ave?
All right, I'm sorry, I don't know why that's not open. Okay.
Good evening.
Oh, we're almost ready.
You can get started. I might be having technical difficulties here.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Ms. McCabe. My name is Mark Beaudry. I'm with Meridian Associates. We are the civil engineers for the 240 University Ave project. Back in early January, the board approved an EIDR for this project that's at the intersection of University Ave and Dartmouth Street. And since that time, as I'm sure the board is aware, we had to go to the ZBA for a special permit for work within the Watershed Overlay Protection District. And then because the project was disturbing more than half an acre of land, we had to go to the Conservation Commission for a land disturbance permit. And so back in early January, the board approved on January 8th, I think it was around the 17th, the EIDR was issued. And condition number 1 of that decision was that de-icing chemicals or use of sodium chloride would be prohibited, which I think is consistent generally with the your bylaws. Well, interestingly, when we were before the ZBA for the special permit for work within the Watershed Protection Overlay District, but also specifically within 400 feet of the water supply well, we were fully prepared and intending to revise our operation and maintenance plan to be consistent with the planning board's condition of approval to prohibit sodium chloride. if you bear with me for a second, the consultant for the water district, Weston and Sampson, actually stated in their report that, if I could, part of this is quoted in our letter to the board, but although the current bylaw prefers the use of calcium chloride to sodium chloride for snow removal, either would contaminate the aquifer if infiltrated. It is recommended, now this is the recommendation of Weston and Sampson, it is recommended that the best practice would be to pre-treat the surface with magnesium chloride, then use a lower concentration of sodium chloride for snow removal. So we ended up amending our operation and maintenance plan to have that language specifically. In other words, to pre-treat with magnesium chloride and then use a lower concentration after that of sodium chloride. That was approved by the ZBA then, in that the water district's consultant, basically they control the water supply well. That's what they wanted. So we then went to the Conservation Commission with that same operation and maintenance plan, and Conservation said and noted correctly that there's some discrepancies now between what your O&M says versus what the planning board had as a condition of approval. So the Conservation Commission wanted that to be rectified. So instead of going back and arguing with the water district's consultant, we thought the best way forward would be to request a modification of the planning board's EIDR to modify condition number 1 to allow the de-icing treatment consistent with what the water district's consultant is recommending. So that's kind of where we're at. So we have actually formally requested now of the planning board that condition 1 be modified to allow that alternative, if you would, de-icing approach.
All right, well, thank you. And it's interesting, one of the conditions we just approved for the previous item was this, with the exception that if the Dedham Westwood Water District reviewed it and proposed an alternative, then that would be okay. So I guess we're here to have that exception approved. And are there any questions, other board members?
Why does our bylaw go against a major tenant down there?
It's actually not the zoning bylaw. The O&M plans for University Station is what had prohibited the sodium chloride use.
Okay.
The zoning bylaw requires a special permit from the zoning board in the water resource protection overlay, and that's where Dedham Westwood Water District is required to provide comments. When it's in the University Ave overlay district, the special permit granting authority is the planning board, so that's why you reviewed it with Brigham and Women's. Outside of University Ave overlay, the special permit granting authority is the zoning board of appeals, so that's why this property is out of that and it went to the zoning board. So it's not the zoning doesn't prohibit it, it was the O&M plans at the University Station individual projects there.
So we erroneously brought that over into this?
No, it's just who they reported to.
Right, well the planning board at your January 8th meeting had imposed that condition, but you did not have the water district's report that time. It came a few days after. It came a few days after your hearing. The following week was the zoning board's hearing. I know the way your application came in, it was, you met January 8th. The water district was likely having their consultant, Weston and Sampson, review it during that time, and we didn't get the report from them until after.
Yeah, their Weston and Sampson's report is dated January 11th.
Yep.
So it was a few days after the close of the hearing and the board's decision.
I'm wondering, is this specific to conditions where you de-ice the roads knowing that the roads are gonna freeze over, or is this standard for if it's snowing out, snow removal and then sanding of the roads? Is it two different items? 'Cause this seems strange to me as a recommendation from the water department, because how do you monitor lower concentrations of sodium chloride anyway?
I think it was because they didn't want all magnesium chloride, which was what your original, your condition was saying.
Calcium chloride.
Okay, they didn't want all calcium chloride. Or we said no sodium, so it would either have to be the magnesium or calcium chloride.
But apparently that didn't work as well.
Right,
And
or
so
they don't
for
want it to be.
de-icing, you can use a certain amount of the sodium chloride. Isn't that,
Yeah.
and we revisited this about 2
Yes,
years ago.
we did, yeah, it came up about 2 years ago.
If I understand, it's all bad, like it's all salt is bad for the environment.
For waterways.
But dumping a large amount of calcium chloride, if you have the choice between that versus pre-treatment with magnesium chloride and then a small amount of sodium, that the net impact is environmentally less bad than if you dumped.
Right.
And that magnesium, that's what's out in the bucket in the entryway. I think it's blue, right?
I mean, Mr. Gorman, I think to address your question, I think they are talking about pre-treating. You know the storm's coming, you pre-treat with mag chloride, and then spot treat with sodium chloride after that. You know, because, you know, when you got some, some icing forming or whatever here and there, I mean, you're not going to get perfect, coating with the magnesium chloride. You're going to have some spots. So then I think it's just spot treating with sodium chloride after that, which is obviously most effective, when you get an icing coming in, to get it, mitigated fairly quickly.
So what would you use in a typical situation if it was just a snowstorm coming down?
Well, a lot of O&M plans in sensitive areas right now are, we call for treatment primarily with sand as an agent, and then using limited where allowed sodium chloride from there, and then calcium chloride, we don't see magnesium chloride an awful lot actually, and this is the first time I've actually seen this recommendation used, where it's pre-treating with magnesium and then spotting with sodium chloride. It was a little different, but like I said, we didn't want to argue with with the water district's consultant. It's in there, the contributory area for their town well, for the well. So we did not want to argue with them. I'm not an expert in de-icing, honestly, and we're just trying to make the documents now consistent with basically what the water district wants.
I'm just surprised because this is not consistent with other towns. I just spoke with somebody who deals with Waltham, and they similar to what our condition was using non-sodium. Like how do you define low sodium? Like who's monitoring that and
Well,
what is?
I don't think they mean low sodium, it's just a reduced amount of sodium
But how do you monitor
Right.
that?
by the amount you put down.
No, but you've got just one company that does it, and then what about the other developments that do it collectively? It becomes a larger amount.
Well, the whole idea is to reduce the amount you use. I mean, can somebody just fill a truck with it and dump more than they should? Absolutely. I mean, we can't police everything, but the idea is to reduce the amount that you use.
Can you have a conversation, Abby, with I'm not comfortable approving this with making a vote on it myself without having that conversation with what weather conditions is he speaking of? Is this right now
Well, I think the essence of the report from Westwood and Sampson is to pre-treat with something else. So that way you're pre-treating the storm. I'm not using the sodium chloride.
but then you're hitting it with the sodium after. So I would like to hear from them. How do they?
Is that what they prescribe? hit it with sodium after? if
That's what he's
necessary?
saying.
Yeah. Well, if the water district hired Weston and Sampson to come up with a recommendation of treatment, I don't know if collectively we have the expertise to go against what their findings are. This is their backyard, this is what they do. I think, I'm not in a position to counter what Weston and Sampson came up with.
We've never required it before. It's in the, that district, not to use it.
That's in the university multi-use.
Yep, it was in the O&M plans for the University
Right,
Station
but not for
individual.
these-
Right.
Not for these addresses, right?
No, these are not in the University Ave. So
Right.
it asks for a report from the Westwood, Dedham Westwood Water District.
So I think our default has been to say,
Non-sodium.
use calcium chloride as just sort of the simple default whenever we have a chance.
Right.
Except we're saying we would defer to the water district if they say something is better. So in this case, they're saying something's better. I don't know why they're saying, does it make a difference where it's located, closer to the aquifers and closer to water sources or something, but I don't know. But it's kind of like, it seems consistent that they've given a recommendation for what they think is better.
And the water district did not dispute this or rebut it or anything. This is the report that was forwarded to the zoning board on their behalf. As their commentary by the water district to the zoning board on this application. So it wasn't like the water district was saying, we don't agree with what our consultant's saying. I mean, they forwarded this report to the ZBA as their recommendation.
So what's the difference, between, if you had been following the other approach, does that mean that you send a truck out, like to pour salt out every couple of hours versus some different, is there you understand the recommendation of spot treatment to be, could you just describe that a
Yeah,
little?
and the thinking is that with the pre-treatment, hopefully you would never have to use sodium chloride at all. That the pre-treatment would be doing the trick through the duration of the storm. But, as a longer duration storm, sometimes additional treatment is needed to control ice on a site, but they are putting down sand at the same time as well. And it's typically a sand salt mix is what is put down in non-sensitive areas. So in this case, you'd be pre-treating with magnesium chloride, which often occurs. A lot of times you'll see the plow trucks have the liquid tanks on the back of the trucks. They're pre-treating the roadways in advance of the storm coming. And then they might be putting down like a sand salt mix, during the storm itself, where needed.
Do we have something from the Conservation Commission on this plan, or?
They had asked the applicant, they continued their hearing to tomorrow night, so to hear from you. Because they had the same discussion as the planning board's condition is in conflict with the report from the water district that was provided to the zoning board. So Conservation continued the hearing
Yep.
to tomorrow evening.
Till tomorrow night.
Okay,
Now,
so
Conservation.
Everyone's waiting to hear from the next person.
Conservation didn't have an issue with, in one way, they didn't have a problem with pre-treating magnesium chloride and with limited sodium chloride. What they had a concern with is that it was conflicting with the planning board's condition. And they asked us to rectify that.
The way I feel like on this is that we have a recommendation from the water district. I would be curious to hear from them if maybe we should adjust our general default approach. But they have an expert opinion on this that I would tend to defer to, so that's.
Clearly, they're experts and we're not, so.
And I think the applicant for, owner for 240 would, if the findings after this, are something different, I'm sure they would consider, they want to do the right thing, be a good neighbor. They own the property across the street as well. So it's, if something else comes out of this that is appropriate, then, we'd I think Abby can share that with us, and we can let them know.
Yeah,
But we'd like to, we need to move this permitting forward, because these folks want to start improving the site in, next month.
Yeah, why don't we ask the water district in general, like, what's their thinking of behind this? Should we be changing our general policy on things, or kind of what's the basis of that?
You mean
But-
prior to ruling on this?
No, I'm
Just in
thinking
general,
let's,
right.
I would,
Going forward,
okay
we'll
with
get,
moving forward
I
on
need
this.
more time.
I'd like to hear more too.
I need to read into this, because this is contrary to, I spoke with another environmental engineer today, and they use no salt on their site, so I just don't understand this. So if I voted on it tonight, it would be a no, just for lack of information.
Well, I can entertain a motion for whatever action the board would like to do.
I just need more time to read into this. It's our aquifer, it's right there.
I understand, but I also agree that the owner of that aquifer has hired an expert company to make recommendations, and these are their recommendations.
Yeah, but I want to see what were they reading, and then I want to read the full report from them, not just a one sentence.
you did have a full report. The report was in your packet, the one from January 11th. It was the 3-page report.
Yeah.
So we can ask for comments, but I expect they're going to give us this back.
Same exact report.
And then going forward and any other future applications, we can make sure that we get comments from Dedham Westwood Water District for every application. That's something new also with our electronic permitting that we've got. We have a new, as soon as an application is received as complete, it goes directly to the director for the water district. So that's a new application feature that we have, that we've gone to this online permitting.
So we have, so I need a motion, whether it's to.
I make a motion to move to find this request of a minor modification.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Is there any public comment? Would anyone wish to speak to this? Yes. Please give your name and address for the record, and
Hi, Fran Fusco, 20 Pine Lane, and I do have a comment. I mean, this is one of our most precious, prized resources the town has, is our drinking wells. And I myself would not feel comfortable being on the planning board and just stamping it because they hired somebody to give the A-OK and paid money for it. I think it's something that should be investigated a little further than what has, so. That's just my 2 cents. And we're all drinking it, so, thank you.
thank you.
Just to be clear, Meridian Associates and the applicant owner for 240 University Ave did not hire this consultant to render this opinion. This opinion was rendered by the consultant for the water district independently. And it was presented to us as part of our zoning board review. We had absolutely zero to do with this. And we're just trying to do what the water district's consultant is recommending.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I think,
Right, that is correct. The report here is from Westwood and Sampson that they're the consultant for the water district. So
Yeah, I
that's the
understand
report
that.
that you have in here.
Yeah, I just need time to read this and check with some other experts on it.
all right, well, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Yeah.
Any abstentions? So the motion passes 3-2.
That was just, it's a minor modification.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the
Thank you.
motion.
Okay.
That his request was minor.
Yep.
So now we move to the second.
Yeah.
I move to approve this applicant's request to modify the condition 1 by removing the prohibition for the use of sodium chloride to allow de-icing
by pre-treating the surface with magnesium chloride, followed by reduced sodium chloride application, as recommended by the Dedham Westwood Water District.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions? That motion passes 3-2.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The fifth item on the agenda is the Open Space and Recreation Plan public hearing, continuing the discussion of the Open Space and Recreation Plan from our previous meeting. And it looks like we have
Yeah, I'm
New
sorry,
drafts.
Nora was printing these out for the last
Which-
hour, couple hours.
hopefully we read before the meeting.
So we did,
They're still hot.
Yeah, they are.
so the last time you were here was January 29th. So over the last couple of weeks, we had published a February 11th version that I attempted to incorporate all the comments that we received. So we had a red line version. We received a few more comments over the last couple of days. So what you have in front of you is updated through today. So you have a red line version there with you tonight, and we also had a clean version. Since the last meeting on January 29th, we did work with the consultant. The consultant updated the appendix, the ADA appendix, to include the June Street playground. Also, the high school swimming pool was added. So we were just having a little bit of technical difficulties earlier because we had a number of different documents trying to put it into one and getting the formatting of the table of contents and the page numbers. So you now have it in one place. So I did talk to the consultant after your January 29th hearing, and he clarified for me that the ADA evaluation plan is supposed to be an assessment of recreation and conservation areas under their jurisdiction. So does not include all town buildings or all school properties. It's only under the jurisdiction of recreation and conservation. So that's why the pool was added, because that is under recreation's purview. Another major item since your January 29th was we added a new general goal number 2. Let me just pull that up here, looking for Nora. Is she here? Oh, there she is, Nora. Okay. Do we have a page number?
Page 1 on the bottom.
Page, which one?
The bottom of the page will say 1, so it ends up being like page 5 overall.
Or, oh, okay.
Section 1.
Let's see.
Here it is, right at the bottom there, in the red.
All right, so way back in earlier January, there was another general goal about the CPA. That has been removed. It was added to an action plan of something to consider, but that goal has been removed, and we've added a new general goal 2 related to promoting accessibility provisions at all recreation and open space conservation areas in town. And then we elaborated underneath in the goals and objectives section. Those comments were based off of comments that you received from the Commission on Disability. And then we also expanded a little bit more in the open space and recreation goals, about more specific improvements there. Other changes, we had some other minor changes, edits, formatting, but I believe those were the biggest changes since your January 29th meeting. If you want, we could
And what's the
go through it a
next,
little
what's
more.
the process now, just briefly, like?
So we do have this as a article for town meeting. It's an endorsement of town meeting. So after you vote, I would recommend you vote and forward this report onto town meeting, which the town meeting process is beginning next week with the Finance and Warrant Commission. They have their public hearings beginning on Monday the 4th. So we have this article, is not a zoning article, but we are recommending the town meeting would endorse the plan. Really, the most important approval from the open space and recreation plan is from the state conservation and recreation department. That's the final approval that the town really needs to have this plan be eligible to receive grants. But we've also sought the planning board's public hearing, planning board support. You did also receive a letter of support from the Recreation Commission since your last meeting, a letter from the Conservation Commission, and a letter of support from the Select Board. So in this version, we would recommend those be included in the section 10 on public comment letters.
I think I'd like to open it up to any public comment first here. We've discussed it a lot already. So is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this open space plan?
Hello. Nada Milisavljevic, Fabrizio, 32 Webster Street. I am here because I think the board should be fully informed of past circumstances with respect to this OSRP plan. Can everybody hear me okay? Just about 8 months ago, this board engaged in open discussion to pursue finalizing our town's master plan. And as you all know, what we're talking about here tonight, the OSRP, is only one of 9 significant elements required by the state that needs to be addressed and detailed in any update or modification of the entire comprehensive plan. During your June, I think it was the 12th, 2018 public meeting, I genuinely appreciated Dave's thoughtfulness when this board first took on the matter of how best to solicit conversations and engage residents for an honest, interactive public process to determine our collective values and goals. But at that meeting, as I watched, it became apparent that town staff was leaning towards yet another survey to accomplish gaining resident input. Given that any final comprehensive plan contains intent for both policy and action affecting generations to come, this open space and recreation plan should not be taken lightly. In order to support the truth and the value of any survey, 7 months ago, on July 10th, I sent an email to both Abby, our town planner, and to Nora, Director of Community and Economic Development, and that email contained 2 questions about the methodology and how the results would be used of any such survey. But specifically, I asked, what will we be doing to prevent responses from non-residents? And my second question was, what will we be doing to prevent multiple responses? And I noted in that email that each of these variables would certainly skew the accuracy and invalidate the results of any survey. I asked those questions because a little while before that, your meeting, the Environmental Action Committee put out a survey for plastic bags. I completed and submitted 5 of those surveys. And on every survey, there was a different answer. And on my 5th submission, I did note, I left a comment to alert whoever was acting as the administrator of that plastic bag survey that they can't rely on the survey. Not one submission got bounced back to me. So 2 weeks later, after July 10th, I got a reply. And in that reply, I quote, "When it comes time to do the survey, we will investigate tools for administering the survey and review options for limiting responses to 1 per resident. But," and that's the key word, General practice has been to have the survey open to everyone to encourage responses. So, it's an open space and recreation plan that is exclusive to Westwood, but anyone can take the survey. Didn't make sense then, and it didn't make sense now. A month later, on August 24th, I received another reply. Your questions pertain to a level of detail that cannot yet be answered. When it comes time to do a survey, we will investigate tools for administering that survey. And here we are today, 6 months later. Regardless of how unfortunate it is, it seems to me the precious time spent on this plan by our Open Space and Recreation Plan Committee has just been wasted. I applaud their volunteerism, but this should have been addressed before that committee even started working on a plan. In fact, this updated plan that you have in front of you and that the public accesses relies on inherently flawed survey results born from an inadequately administered survey that's characterized in the plan itself as, quote, one of two major parts of the public participation element. I cannot wrap my head around how, in good conscience, any member of this board can seriously entertain giving positive approval of this plan in order to sponsor the proposed warrant article. You all understand that this plan is an all-or-nothing proposition, and there won't be an opportunity for line item vetoes at town meeting. And I will take one step even further, and I will say that it would be totally irresponsible to endorse this plan that's in front of you and present it at town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could
Well, there were-
respond, or are you going to?
Well, there are a couple of points I would, one is that this survey that was the basis of this plan, just for the record, was conducted from November 2017 through December 2017, and then reopened February through March of 2018. So that was prior to additional surveys which have been done for other things. And the second thing is that, you know, this is a separate, the open space plan is a separate process from the larger comprehensive plan process.
Right.
And additionally, after the survey was conducted, there have been a number of public meetings, and the drafting of the plan followed the survey. The survey was the initial step, so it's been an ongoing process for over a year to come up with the plan as it stands, as well as these public meetings where we've significantly revised the goals in response to feedback that we got in these meetings. So I don't know if Abby, if you had anything else you wanted to.
Right, that's right. I was essentially, this is not the comprehensive plan. We are starting that effort too, but this is not the comprehensive plan. This is the open space and recreation plan that started in late 2017. This is the planning board's fourth public hearing on this, where we did go through a whole presentation and explain the process. The Open Space and Recreation Committee, they opened the survey. The survey was generally to gauge public opinion and get initial public input. They did review those results at a town-wide vision session on Thursday, February 1st last year. It had about 50 residents in attendance. A lot of the planning board members were there. We had 2 planning board members at that time were on the Open Space and Recreation Committee. They did review the results then. They took in information at the vision session and then continued to, from there, draft goals and objectives and pull together the plan, and then had several public meetings since then that were all televised. I think there were about 7 public meetings since November 2017 to November 2018, when that committee voted to recommend this plan forward to the planning board. So the planning board has now had public hearing in December and 2 in January, where we did seek additional input once we had the plan posted, available for comments, and we've received a number of comments. We've received letters and comments that have been incorporated from the Recreation Commission, the Commission on Disability, and the Select Board, which changes have been integrated into this document. So the survey, the questions regarding the survey that came over the summer, those are regarding the comprehensive survey that is currently underway. It hasn't gone out yet, but that's what the Comprehensive Plan Committee is working on now. So that's a separate committee and is not involved in this.
All right, so that survey hasn't been.
It hasn't.
done
It's
yet.
not finalized yet.
I mean, and I think, and it's reasonable to address those controls, because that has been asked a number of times. You know, will it be, can you guarantee that only one person submits it? Can you identify where they come from? I mean, that's reasonable to include that as a part of the survey.
Right.
You can argue that you might want to get opinions from people who work here, who don't live here. You know, if you could know who that was, where it was coming from. But
Right. So the Comprehensive Plan Committee, when they had their first meeting in November, that question did come up. And generally, they were supportive of having the survey open because it also business owners, and there's business owners that are involved that can give input, especially related to some of the commercial areas and the town centers. And then there's property owners, they own property in town, but they could be non-resident property owners. What we've looked at, some of the survey tools are a common way you can restrict to IP address. But then that means if anyone's on a shared computer, or shared iPad, or in the same household or at the library, only one person from that IP address could respond.
And I also compared this plan to Wellesley's open space and recreation plan, and it's pretty consistent with the vision of similar towns. And I found that at the meetings that I attended where we discussed survey results and discussions from the public, it seemed like everything was, it seemed like it covered its bases from a cross-functional area within the town, different demographic situations, the elderly, parents, things like that.
Right. I mean, the input that is received with any survey is to help draft the goals and objectives that you see here today, which are looking for ways to improve. That's really what they're. How do we improve our open space and recreation areas? And that's what these goals are doing in this plan.
It doesn't say we're going to build a recreation building today. That would have to go to town meeting.
Right. So the open space plan, open space and recreation, kind of sets an overall vision and goals for the future. It doesn't take any specific action towards any one of these. Once a plan is adopted, then in your action plan that is at the back of this plan gives a go-ahead for certain groups, certain boards such as yourself to pursue individual items. And individual items may require funding or coming back to town meeting.
Well, and I think we can see from the process here that when we got the draft version, there were things in there about accessibility, but it was not featured the way it is here. And I don't think that was in the survey, or that's something that dramatically changed over the course of our review of this plan in response to the feedback we were getting of people saying, well, you didn't cover this, you didn't cover that. So I feel like I'm comfortable supporting this plan now. I think it really it captures a lot of the concerns that I raised, and but I want to open it to other people if anyone else in the audience would like to share their concerns. We're also including the comments that people have been submitted are being added right to the appendix of this.
Yes. Or at least the letters, like we did some of the letters that we had got. Yeah, I think we include all the letters we got. I think we got 4 or 5 letters.
And were there any major items from the Commission on Disability that did not go into this, or did most of that make it in? I noticed
they would like to see a full evaluation of all town buildings and school properties. So that was one of their requests. That's not required in the open space recreation appendix plan, so therefore it's not covered under the scope of what we hired the consultant for.
Yeah.
So that's where I was kind of going with adding to a goal, the general goal of try to improve, look at and assess and promote improvements throughout town. But we don't have that evaluation of every town building or every school, not part of this. So that was something they were looking for. That has
I have a
not been
couple of
included.
comments. I find that some of the goals are too specific. And I think that if you keep them more vague, then you have more creative options that you open yourself up to. For example, the ice skating rinks. I mean, I think just a vague outdoor activities that could be included in that instead of saying making it a goal, because once it's a goal, then people say, well, we voted that in. When are we going to get the rink? Well, that was in the plan for a goal.
Okay, was that, I think that was an objective under the goal? Let me see which.
It's probably one of the
So that was when
bullets
it
under
was in the actions.
76 of, actually not in the red line version, I don't know where it is.
So on page, well, this is going with the one that you sent us online, page 99, goal number 5. Explore ice skating opportunities, develop a new ice skating opportunities was the goal.
So the goal you think is,
I think that you need to be less specific because you don't want to lock yourself in. And even if you look at the CPA, we decided that, we really hadn't even discussed it, whether that was going to move forward. It was recommended that it not move forward, but still, a lot of the funding is investigate the feasibility of adopting CPA. That's listed multiple times throughout the plan. So I just think that we need to horn in a little bit more on different funding rather than stating the CPA, because that could turn people off.
Right, well, we had taken out
I thought we
the
took it off.
CPA
correct.
goal, but then in the action plan of a possible funding source, that's where it was noted.
But it went town budget or CPA if approved. So then that makes people think, well, is it going to be this one or that one? Instead of saying that there could be other funding sources out there.
yeah, I mean, it moved into the bullets under which of these? I think it's, I know I saw that was, okay, I think it's under goal 1. So goal 1 is to protect and enhance Westwood's community character. And so I thought that's pretty vague. And so the bullets of that, one of the bullets was to explore other possible funding sources such as the CPA.
And then it says also to request Board of Selectmen sponsorship of it at one point. And that's on page 103 and 107. So I think it's tying in too much to the CPA at this point.
Let's see, 103, isn't that actually,
Well, I was
It's
on
That's strict.
that was from the online one. I don't know if it's different here.
Does it have, do you have it open right there?
No,
Oh, yeah, okay.
I don't. I wrote everything down.
Right.
so page 103, one of the action plan recommendation, it's request Board of Selectmen sponsorship of town meeting article for adoption of CPA. That's removed, right?
Right. In this latest version, we made more updates to the action plan.
In this
to the action
hard copy
plan.
one?
Yes. From the one on February 11th, I hadn't finished completing the action plan to match the changes we made up above. So
So-
that's something we were integrating into this one today.
So page 101, it's the added language is, investigate the feasibility of adopting the CPA as one potential future funding source for acquisition, development, and/or management of open space and recreation properties. Analyze potential revenue impacts of each option. Estimate typical impacts on taxpayers of each option for different assessment levels. Identify potential open space and recreation projects that could be funded with CPA funds. Collaborate with affordable housing. Confirm matching funds. So I mean, so that's, I believe that was the modification to
Getting it out of the goal.
try
Yep.
to I think to get at what you're saying is to not be just CPA all the way. Because originally, yes, it was, goal one was get the CPA.
Also, too, so if you look at goal 4 of the recreation plan, it talks about the recreation, outdoor recreation programs and facilities. And according to the online version, that was on page 99. But then when you get onto the action plan, there's a goal 4 and a goal 5. Then it talks about an indoor, and then, sorry, that's one more, an outdoor. It gets confusing. Take that back. Goal number 6 of the action plan is to develop a new indoor skating facility. And I just found that the goals don't match up in the action plan to the actual goals in the plan.
Well, that's what we were working on today, was getting the action plan to match the changes we had made above. We had, at your last hearing, you had asked for comments by Monday, February 4th. But then I was getting them much later, so it was taking a while to update the action plan. So I focused on updating the goals, and then we were updating the action plan to meet the goals today.
Okay, so yeah, there's page 127, you know, it says recreation goal 5, develop new outdoor, oh, no, it's the next page. 128 is develop a new indoor skating facility. But the goal is now develop new ice skating opportunities. So are you saying that that's, I think what we want is clearly the
One-to-one.
the actions should track the goals.
Yes.
If we're good with the goals, then we need to update the actions so that it would be instead of being goal 6, develop a skating facility, it would be goal 5, new ice skating opportunities, and then under that, you know, the things that track the bullet points on page 98. Yeah, it's interesting. The last recommendation of that is to, if feasible, design and develop an indoor ice skating facility, which was actually the goal of the original text. So I think that I mean, it appears, I mean, this still, it feels like it's editing for consistency.
Yes, I was struggling with the table. It's really hard to copy and paste the table. So I was focused on updating the goals and objectives section, and we were working on the action table today, but I ran out of time, so Nora was finishing it. But we can make the action plan match the goals and objectives above, the same order.
When is it sort of locked down, I guess, editing wise? Like, does this go to, when FinCom gets this, will they also have suggestions and make modifications, or?
It's really an endorsement. You could, I mean, I was hoping you would approve it tonight since we had requested comments,
I guess
edits.
what I'm
since
asking
May,
is if we said,
February 4th.
okay, looks mostly.
we approve
If we
it.
approve it, but you know there are things that still need to be edited, and then it goes to,
Well, we like to edit it before it goes to,
Right,
if
but
that was
once
what
we
we were trying
approve
to do.
it, it's not gonna be edited going forward.
Just gonna look to Nora here for some guidance.
how do we continue the public review process?
When the planning board feels that the plan is in the right form, then this board adopts it. They bring it to the Finance and Warrant Commission, so the Finance and Warrant Commission can review the article which requests that the town meeting endorse it. That would be a completed, finished plan. You're going to the FinCom on March 4th for your first hearing, and you're going again on March 25th for the second hearing. If they're, at the first hearing, the FinCom tells you that there's something that they thought you should do differently to garner full support for endorsement, you could amend the plan and adopt the amended plan if you chose to do that. But I think you need to have a fully adopted plan to go to the first step, because I don't think you want to present to the FinCom something that's still in the works. I think you want to present them the plan that this board feels is ready to adopt. So if you're at that point where you feel you're ready to adopt it now, then you should adopt it. And if you feel there are further changes, then you should recommend those changes. Abby will incorporate them and then bring it back to you for you to adopt before then. Now, I know you don't have another meeting scheduled before you go to the FinCom. So if you do want to make further changes, I'd recommend that you ask Abby, give her specific comments on what those changes would be, and then meet prior to the FinCom meeting to formally adopt the plan before you take it to FinCom. Then if you feel that there are other changes that haven't been brought forward, and this has been, I think we said 9 public meetings plus 4 hearings on it, if you feel that there are still further input that people haven't had a chance to make, you can consider the input and adopt an amended version as well. It's the final version that you finally approve and send to the state for their review that gets put into action, whether or not it's endorsed by town meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it looks like some of the text just has to change to match the
Right.
headings up front from the actions.
And I
That's
also, I
what
might
it
be in the
sounds-
minority, but I still think it's too specific.
Yes. If you can just identify, give your name and address for the record.
Sandra Castaldini, 54 Birch Street. So this wasn't a handout. This was from the website. I got the J.M. Golson review of the open space survey, and they talked about the 2 previous surveys, the November, December 2017, and then the February, March 2018. Because I know Nora had some really valid points about the surveys and the validity of the information. So I'm not a social scientist, but I work with social scientists, and there are ways to capture information, and get the population you want. Sometimes it's more expensive to do so than putting on a Survey Monkey, which is free for us all. But I'm concerned because when I looked at the details, for instance, the one from February, March 2018, there was 168 respondents, and 77% of them were under 24. So that was ages under 18 to 24. So I don't think many of them are paying taxes. So I just feel like, I know you mentioned there was many opportunities for comments. I've been at some of these meetings, they last until like 11 p.m., and that's maybe when this open public part came. A lot of us have families and other responsibilities. It's hard to come to that one meeting then that you can actually voice. But I agree that I think this needs more fleshing out before you roll it up to FinCom to get on the committee, to get on the town meeting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But can you just describe, because I think some people think that once we put it here, it's going to happen. So can you explain the financing of some of the items?
Right, so essentially this plan, the goal of, what an open space and recreation plan is setting out goals and action strategies related to open space and recreation throughout town. Aspirational goals that the community would work towards. Many of the individual items would require from there a lot of work. For example, developing a community ice skating rink or indoor recreation facility, that would take a lot of work. There would need to be funding. So the town, that would go through its own process. This plan is really just kind of giving guidance to the community, so staff and the various boards and committees to work towards those goals. So this plan, it's helpful for a community to have an approved open space and recreation plan for a number of reasons. One critical reason is that once a community has an approved plan from the state, then you're eligible to apply for various grants. They may give some funding, such as trail maintenance, or certain land grants, or certain grants having to do with open space. You could, if you have an active open space and recreation plan, you're eligible to apply to certain grants. So that's one reason. Ideally, this should be done every 7 years. And our current open space and recreation plan is from 2000. So this is really looking ahead for the next 7 years.
And then, so my opinion on the survey is that I know that it's not perfect, but I know that's a piece of information that went into this. I attended many meetings where there were many people from different departments within town, different neighborhoods, and the voices at those meetings seemed to echo what was stated within the survey results that I saw.
Right.
As a result of that, I'm generally okay with this current plan.
Right. In the Open Space and Recreation Committee that was formed, their 7 meetings focused only on this. So all those meetings started at 7 p.m. They were done by 8:30, 9 p.m. So in the vision session that was open to everyone, that was advertised for about at least 6 weeks in advance. But the committee focused on putting together this plan. So they were really doing the groundwork to get this plan to the planning board. If you wanted to if you were ready tonight, my goal was, after tonight, was to make any final updates and get that to the Finance and Warrant Commission Friday morning was when I was trying to, because the public hearings starts on Monday at 7 p.m. Maybe you can meet at 6:30 if you wanted to take a final look at a revised one and vote on it then. If I were to update the action plan to match the goals and objectives that are above, if you wanted to take one last look, if I got that to you on Friday. But I agree with Nora, you'd want to go to the public hearings with your final plan.
Yeah, because once that text matches the initial goals, I'm okay with the language.
Do you want to?
So what is the motion?
This was the.
Considering that we.
This to the 4th?
Or.
Can we?
When is the meeting?
Or.
Can we approve a plan?
Next Monday is the FinCom meeting.
Okay, so that's the 4th.
I think.
So we could meet prior to the meeting and approve it.
Unless you're
Or
ready
we could
to
approve, I mean,
do it
I'm ready to
tonight.
approve it now, but it doesn't seem like everybody's ready to approve it right
I'm
now.
okay with approving it. I just don't know what the.
I think you
gonna
have two
change
options. You could
text.
approve it
Content-wise.
with
Yeah,
revisions,
I was gonna say the same thing.
Okay.
or you could give
You're going to finalize things
finalize. They
by
can meet
Friday.
on Monday.
So you're going to keep things still very specific? You're not going to make it,
I can make sure the action plan matches the goals and objectives that are above. Exactly, that sounds like what I'm hearing, but if you have anything more specific, then I need to know that so I can get it into the plan. And you can meet on Monday at 6:30 if I can get it to you by Friday.
I'd prefer to do that. As I said, I feel that, even though I think, you guys did your best to get survey results, that we could have done a better job. But if it's less specific, I think that I'd be more comfortable with that.
When you say less specific, you were referencing like the ice skating. It seems like if we make it less specific, you're just essentially taking that goal out, because the goal is
Well,
to
you could say
improve.
outdoor or indoor and outdoor recreation.
But that they do elsewhere. They
Right.
talk about that. The
Two
goal
different
was to
things.
recognize the ice skating or the hockey playing or ice skating part of our population, and that they're not served. So I think, that's how I read that what that goal was addressing. I read somewhere else, they speak of outdoor recreation.
Well,
Yeah,
that's a
right
separate,
above it, goal
the whole
4.
plan, I mean.
Yeah, no, it seems like what you want to do is just eliminate that particular goal.
I think, as I said, just leave it more broad and leave your options open in case you say, well, if we look at the feasibility of that and decide that that's not what we want, then people will say, well, that was in there as part of it. I just think we need to keep our options open.
So like goal 4 is develop new outdoor recreation facilities and programs.
Mhm.
Now, would there be a different goal, like so if you were saying, okay, get rid of new ice skating opportunities and change that to something, I mean, how aren't the other outdoor opportunities covered by the previous goal?
Say that again?
So there's a goal, develop new outdoor recreation facilities and programs.
Mhm.
I think that was, so that's goal 4. Then goal 5 is develop new ice skating opportunities, which is a revision from, I think, in a facility, saying like develop an ice skating facility. Was that the original?
Well, I think there
Or
was
was
a
ex-
need for ice skating facility and also an indoor generalized turf field.
Yeah, rec center.
Rec center.
Well, that's goal 2 is develop a new indoor recreation community center.
Right, and I agree. I think everything's covered in this plan that we discussed.
Can I just point out, there's 6 different recreation goals. There's the general goals, there are open space goals, and then there are recreation goals. One of the recreation goals, specifically goal number 5, talks about ice skating opportunities. It doesn't say build an indoor rink.
Yeah, so I was gonna
It
say
says
the first
evaluate
bullet.
feasibility of sharing an indoor rink. It says evaluate establishing an outdoor skating facility for winter use. Evaluate establishing a new indoor skating rink in Westwood. If pursuing development of an in-town rink, select the most suitable parcel. Identify funding for acquisition and development. If feasible, design and develop an indoor skating rink. So it doesn't say anywhere to do it. It says to explore it, and it shows the steps that you would go through in exploring that. It doesn't commit the town to developing an indoor rink, an outdoor rink, or even having a partnership program with another town. It talks about exploring them.
The action plan, though, says develop a new indoor skating facility.
I think the action plan that's there, I think has to be updated. So I think what happened was the track changes fell out of the last document while it was being printed. So the action plan will have the very specific objectives that are listed earlier in the plan. So if you look at where we list the different 3 sets of goals, goals for general goals, goals for open space and recreation, for open space and then goals for recreation, those goals have objectives under. The objectives will be the items that are in the action plan. And what the action plan just does is assign a timeline and a responsible party for each of those goals, and then lists how, if they're goals that require funding, how the funding would come about. But there won't be new goals there. I think the version I printed out probably lost some of that track change, so it has the old and the new together. So the version I think that Abby has up here should have the markouts that show what went in and what came out. And I know that's a little bit difficult to read in the track changes, but what you could do if you are comfortable with the goals and objectives, not the action plan, you can approve the document subject to Abby updating the action plan to make sure that the goals and objectives in the document are the same actions that go forward. I also want to point out one other thing, why you can't just put this off indefinitely, why it has to go to FinCom well, it doesn't have to go to FinCom. This board has to adopt the plan. If you choose to go ahead with the article, you can take it to FinCom and you can take it to town meeting. But it's the planning board's adoption that's most important. This is part of one of the town's community compacts that we agreed to with the state, and we obtained a grant to produce this document, a $20,000 grant, and the funding timeline is running out. We have to produce the plan, adopt a plan, in order to complete the grant. So we've been working on this for well over 1.5 years at this point, and it's time to move it forward.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve the open space and recreation plan as revised through February the 26th, 2019, and further amend to include the public comment letters in section 10.
And update the action plan by Abby.
Yep, update the action plan to
And that-
match the goals and objectives above.
Update the action plan to match the goals and
Objectives.
objectives. Thank you.
I second that.
There's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
Can I just ask, is this updating for our review before it goes to FinCom?
Yes, so I will work diligently to have this. I know FinCom is looking for a memo from me, I said by Friday morning. So I would work to make these changes and get it posted and out to you and the FinCom by Friday morning.
I will
Something
not
I
be
could
here
suggest, and I don't know if I
We
should.
need another vote.
It's possible, so it's a procedural thing. If you're not comfortable, if you're not completely comfortable with this, you could abstain, and then we could, prior to town meeting, we might decide that we all want to make it unanimous and vote again and endorse this going there, if that's just a thought.
Chris just mentioned he's not gonna be available
Yeah,
on
on
Monday.
Monday, I'm out of
Oh,
town,
yeah.
so I won't be here for another vote.
I'm okay with voting.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
You can abstain,
Any
right?
abstentions? So we have 4 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention. So that's, the planning board is adopting the motion as it was stated.
This is a public hearing. I mean, you could keep the public hearing open to continue it to Monday,
Chris
so that
isn't
you
gonna
can
be
review it. And Chris isn't available, but if the rest of you
I'm gonna be-
are gonna,
It's
you're
gonna
gonna,
be close for me to get there before 7.
Close it.
okay.
Make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Hold on. More input.
If you're likely to make any changes, or you want to keep the option open, what you can do is continue the public hearing until your next planning board meeting,
Close it then.
and close it then if you decide not to make any further changes.
Good idea. March 12th at Downey Elementary School, 250 Downey Street, 8:30
8 o'clock
PM?
now. Starts at 8. No.
We have,
It's at 7.
we have
Are you trying to
2
guess?
other applications.
Well, I think just the start of the meeting.
Okay, 7 p.m.
Because, we don't want to, what if things went really quickly and we
Okay.
were
Good luck with
saying,
that.
oh, we can't.
I make a
start.
motion to continue the hearing until that stated time and date in place.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the public hearing is continued to March 12th. Okay. The next item on the agenda, public hearing for zoning amendments submitted for annual town meeting. And I'm suspecting that people probably want to talk about one and not all of these. So since there's a large group of people here, I think it would probably be good if we went through them one by one and got public comment on them. And I think maybe to just see if there's a desire for comment, and then that way we could get to the ones that people really want to talk about quickly, and then wrap it up at the end with an action. Is that, so let's just kind of see so Article 1, endorsement of open space and recreation plan. So that's just what we've already done, right?
Yes.
So sorry, the first article is the endorsement of the open space and recreation plan, which, do we have to take a vote on that since we just did?
You could recommend, let's see, hold on, what did I say? You could recommend FinCom in town meeting endorse the open space and recreation plan. I guess essentially you could take another vote if you wanted, but essentially that is what you just did.
Okay, we don't need to do that right now. We can, at the end, if we have,
Remember to go back.
roll everything into.
Leave it open.
So Article 2, accessory uses in highway business zone, employee retail uses such as cafeterias and vending machines. And this was previously reviewed and approved by town meeting, but these 3 articles that we're first talking about here were were not accepted by the Attorney General due to a procedural defect. And so we're repeating the process now, so let's, as if it was
Okay.
from the beginning.
Right. So, on the screen here, and I think the planning board members, you have a handout in front of you. There was a handout in the audience. Looks like people have it. The red underline is the proposed changes. We currently, in our zoning bylaw, have an accessory use table. And there's currently a section that allows retail uses that are primarily aimed for employees or the clients of employees in buildings to allow vending machines, cafeterias, snack bars that are interior to buildings, not open to the public. I think it was summer 2017, a property owner at 80 Wilson Way, that's behind Frugal Fanny's, did approach the planning board asking to revise a section of the bylaw to allow this use in the highway business zone. It is currently allowed in the our two zoning industrial districts, which is along University Ave and Canton Street, but not currently in the highway business. So the recommendation is to change the no in the table of uses to allow that use in the highway business. That way, the property that was being vacated could offer a cafeteria inside as an option for the new office fit out that they were looking to do. That's the change that's proposed.
Is all of Wilson Way highway business?
Yes.
Yes.
Does the meals tax apply to the inside restaurant or no? I'm just curious.
Yes, I believe it does. We had this question come up, I think, during the public hearings the last time, and I'll double check that, but I believe the answer was yes.
Sorry, what was the question?
Does the meal tax apply
Oh,
to
yeah.
the cafeterias?
Is there anyone from the public who wants to comment on this article now? Okay.
Okay.
The second,
Oh,
what's listed here as
that's where
article.
we were talking about. The second article,
Well,
Oh.
it's what's listed here as Article 3.
Article 3.
Article 3.
Okay. Article 3, this revises definitions that we already have in our zoning bylaw, and adds new definitions. It was maybe summer of 2017 when you were reviewing the Brigham and Women's proposal, when we noticed in the University Ave we had different terminology than the rest of the zoning bylaw. We realized we did not have a clear definition for hospital. We had Office of Healthcare Professional and Medical Center. So this zoning article is revising the medical center and medical clinic definition, changes, expands and amends the Office of Healthcare Professional to exclude overnight facilities such as hospitals and substance rehab and treatment facilities, and then adds new definitions for the hospital and substance abuse uses. So those are new definitions being added. And then we revise the table of uses to say where those uses are and are not allowed. We changed the wording of office of a doctor to healthcare professional, and there are no changes proposed to where they're allowed, which generally the healthcare professional use is allowed in the local business, highway business, industrial, and administrative research office district. And then we're adding in, with this proposed change, adds medical center or clinic only by special permit in the two industrial zones and the ARO zone. And then also hospital and substance abuse treatment center. Those are the overnight facilities. The new definitions, we have them only allowed by special permit in the ARO zone.
Under the current zoning, where would, if they're undefined, like where would they be permitted?
So right now, under the current zoning, we don't have, our table of use does not identify where a hospital, where a treatment center, or the clinic can and cannot go.
So it could go anywhere.
So an applicant may make the case that it would fall under office of a doctor. So that's where it came to our attention, why we wanted to clarify where they could not go. Because the office of a doctor, the way it's written now, is allowed in your local business zones, which is High Street and Washington, High Street and Washington Street. This restricts a hospital or a treatment center to only the ARO zone, which is the area around the East Street Rotary, and then off the highway off of High Street near 128.
Can you put that map up?
So that's this purple color here. This is High Street. This is the 128. So this is where Meditech and Fox Hill Village are. And then this is the Rotary area and the other Meditech facility. The reason when we talked about this before, we proposed it there is because that's one of our smaller commercial areas off the highway. We thought it would have the least amount of impact to residents. And the area is fairly developed, so there isn't land available for these uses to go in. If you allowed in highway business or local business, I think those uses that are local business would be too intense of a use. But in your industrial area or highway business, there's open property that would then.
So we've
have
done this
permitted.
to
But it's
strengthen
only
the town's position, correct?
It's only allowed by special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals.
But the reason we're making this recommendation of change is to strengthen the town's position of where they could be located and to better define
Where it cannot be located.
where it cannot be located.
But it's
No
not-
other reason, though.
Right, we don't have any proposals. There's no proposals for a hospital or any kind of facility. This is a zoning change. If someone came in with it, we could tell them where and where they cannot.
Is the ARO up on, is it the Meditech campus? Like, is there any other property except the Meditech property?
The ARO?
That ARO up on East Street?
On East Street? No.
I don't,
Is the golf course the ARO? No.
no, it's across the street.
It's not.
No. Nothing there.
So I will invite people to come and identify your name and address and
Sorry, before we
please.
get to that, can I just have one clarifying question? So you said that you have no proposals for
If-
that site?
could you-
Have there been any discussions about it? No discussions, like not a formal
No.
proposal, but any discussions?
Not with
Repeat the
me, I
question.
have not.
So the question was whether, we need to use the podium so that we get it recorded, but the question was whether there have been any discussions about these types of anybody wanting to move here, right? Or a business wanting, or somebody wanting to set up shop as a substance abuse rehab center or hospital in these locations.
The last hospital proposal I remember hearing about was about 24 years ago, and that was for the ARO district off of High Street, which now has the location for Fox Hill Village. So that was the last proposal I heard of. I don't believe there's been one since. But the fact that our bylaw doesn't have an area where hospitals or substance abuse treatment facilities are prohibited means that a case could be made that they're permitted anywhere in town. So that was the purpose of this bylaw change. I do want to point out, I have copies of a letter that the Board of Selectmen sent to the Attorney General's office after 3 articles were disapproved. And there is a section in that very clearly explains this article. So I'm going to pass around a few copies of that. And if I could just read to you just one paragraph. It's a 5-page letter, so I'll just read you the one paragraph on page 4, which is marked out on that. The purpose of Article 11, which was the article in fall of 2017 that dealt with medical uses, the purpose of Article 11 was clearly stated at each hearing session and in the town meeting warrant books mailed to every residence. This article was intended to clearly differentiate between doctors and dentist offices and higher intensity medical centers and clinics, so that the higher intensity uses could be prohibited in residential and local business districts. The current zoning bylaw permits office of a doctor or dentist, not a resident on the premises, by right in both local business districts on High Street and Washington Street, in the Highway Business District, the Industrial Office, and ARO, Administrative Research Office Districts, and it allows for the issuance of a special permit by the Zoning Board of Appeals for such use in the General Residence District as well. The current zoning bylaw does not clearly define office of a doctor or dentist, not a resident on the premises, but it does define office of healthcare professional and medical center clinic. This was recognized as an inconsistency with the potential for exposing both local business districts and the general residence district to the potential of a new medical center or clinic. Article 11 was also designed to correct the zoning bylaw's failure to address hospitals or substance rehabilitation facilities, thus exposing the town to the potential for a use not mentioned appeal to the ZBA for the potential development of either use in any district. This article, which was supported by the Planning Board, the Finance and Warrant Commission, and town meeting voters, would have addressed those inconsistencies by establishing clear definitions and appropriate districts for each use. Disapproval of this article has the unfortunate effect of leaving our neighborhoods exposed to the potential for uses which voters clearly expressly chose to prohibit. So we've gone now a year and a half further exposed. Luckily, we haven't had any proposals that have come forward. We haven't had a hospital or a substance rehabilitation facility looking to come to Westwood, but that could change at any moment. So we feel it's important to address the bylaw changes and to make sure these definitions are clearly stated and that the uses that we do not want to see in residential or local business districts are clearly prohibited in those districts.
Thank you. And as more people want to speak, if you could just line up, as you don't have to right now, but.
Sandra Castaldini, 54 Birch Street. Just as you mentioned, Nora, we don't want this to impact our residential communities. This is the residential community right adjacent to the Meditech on East Street, 128. We are a residential community. We don't want to be affected. I propose to eliminate this zone as one of the options for this type of facility. We have plenty of research we can go through about property values going down and the security issues, not to mention the stress on fire, police. I mean, we have on record from the Selectmen's meeting in June 2018 what a headache it was to get rid of Westwood Lodge. And so let's not repeat that. So I'm proposing that we eliminate this section as one of the offerings for the hospital. I understand why you want to do it as a town, to have the consistency and to preempt somebody coming in and wanting to do it anywhere. But I would argue that this area is as densely residentially populated as any other area in Westwood.
Thank you.
Can we identify which ARO?
Brian Hardiman, 40 Westdale. My question is a tax question. Most of these medical treatment facilities come into town, and they're usually nonprofit. If you lose Meditech as a tax base to the town down the road, what does that do to the town? Now you have extra burden on the town, and you lose a positive taxpayer. I just think it's a bad location. Put it down on University Ave, put it somewhere else. I mean, it's right next to a residential neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kara Buckley, 61 Glander Road. Sorry for talking in the back of the room earlier. Just want to underscore what Sandra said. So I would really kind of push on the point that if we felt there was a need for clarification to prevent these from popping up in the district, why we would entertain them at all, right? Like, why not restrict them entirely? Why bring them into our town and our community unless we see a strong upside benefit? And I would push on the last point as well, which is really, really what's the rationale for change, right? We're seeing a lot of great business development in our town with University Station and University Ave. We're seeing those consumers coming in and bringing jobs, bringing added benefits for the establishments and restaurants, et cetera, that are around in the community. And what will a residential facility do? It's not going to really bring any of those economic benefits that that business district would bring through a Meditech. The other point that was left out earlier that I think is a really critical point is proximity to Downey School, which is an elementary school. So I Googled it before I came here today. It is literally a 3-minute drive from this proposed location to the Downey Elementary School. So before anything like this was considered for this particular neighborhood, I would strongly encourage that we engage the superintendent and the principal of the school to get their perspective on the matter as well. And then I just do want to reiterate the drain on town resources. So again, as we think about why we would want to change these definitions and why we would want to bring some of these establishments into our community, I would really think we need to heavily weigh what is the upside benefit versus what is the downside benefit for our town and for our property values. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just respond to that as well? You can't, if you have a definition, you have to say where it is and is not allowed, but you cannot just say no across the board. It has to be allowed somewhere in town. So if it's not the ARO, you would have to look at putting it in allowing it in another zoning district.
Right. Other uses that are just, that people don't want to see near them, if we just don't include it at all, then it's everywhere.
Right.
It's kind of
And the board did that a long time ago with adult district.
But
We
maybe
do have one.
you might, maybe Nora, would you want to address, like, why not split the ARO into just High Street and, you know?
That would be a rezoning. You could rezone it. I don't know what the difference is between one ARO district and the other ARO district that would justify a change in zoning. That's something the board could bring up. It's not a warrant article for this town meeting, so I don't think it's something you could do now. But what you can't do is simply disallow uses. You can't prohibit them everywhere. You have to permit it somewhere. We've put it here not as a by right use, but by a special permit use. So it would have to be, a proposal would have to come in, it would have to be reviewed by the Zoning Board of Appeals, and they would have to find that the proposal is not detrimental to the neighborhood in order to allow it. It's a fairly high bar. I don't think we would end up seeing a successful proposal at either of these locations, but we have to give the opportunity for a proposal to be made. We have to allow for a process by which a special permit would be considered. If not the ARO districts, then choose another district where you believe it's appropriate. You cannot site specifically choose a location, you have to choose a zoning district. So the districts are what they are. We have residential districts, local business districts, industrial districts, and highway business districts, and the ARO district. That's what we have. And the ARO was designed as administrative, research, and office district, which seemed to be the most compatible with these uses.
I mean, curious if the industrial, why not the industrial district, for example? Or was that, I don't mean to whoever originally thought of this.
So I will say that if you, it was stated that most hospitals and many substance rehabilitation facilities are nonprofit, which means they don't pay taxes unless they're subject to a pilot agreement, which is a voluntary proposal that allows them to pay payment in lieu of taxes. That's what pilot would stand for. If you were to put this use in an industrial district, I believe you would be encouraging the use to come to town. I think it would be very difficult for a zoning board of appeals to find that it would have a detrimental impact on the neighborhood in an industrial district, whereas I think they would be able to find that in an area that has closer proximity to residences. So it's a question of whether you're looking to invite these uses or whether you're looking to meet the minimum requirements by having a process in place where they could apply, but that you're not actually encouraging them. So much like Chris brought up the adult entertainment district, that's a similar process.
Where is that on the map behind
It's
you?
on University Avenue. It's right here, this green striped area. That's up to the board to decide. I'd be concerned that would be essentially the same as prohibiting them, because I don't believe that the parcels that are in that are large enough to be developed for a hospital.
So they would have an argument with the state
I think they
against the
would,
town.
that it's not a true offering.
What is the, what would be the standard of review for the zoning board? Like, so you mentioned that they
It would
could,
be a special permit, so
Rejected
section 10 of the zoning bylaw lays out the requirements for a special permit. The most significant is it cannot have a detrimental effect on the surrounding neighborhoods or proximate properties. So that's what the zoning board has to review.
thank you, Nora. I think,
Just a quick question, is Brian Hardeman, 40 Westdale? What's in the adult district now? Are there buildings in there now?
University Ave.
There's a few addresses down there. I'm not sure if they're occupied.
Wasn't it down by
Abby, can you zoom in on the zoning map up there to,
It's
like Dartmouth
they're
and?
off of Dartmouth Street, either side of Dartmouth Street,
Yeah,
where
it's-
there are
it's
ongoing industrial uses.
Where we just heard from a new tenant.
There's
tonight.
a security lock has one of the buildings, and another building is Universal Wild Millennial Printing is another one, and then another section of it is actually the river.
So those should be large enough to have a rehabilitation.
But as Nora indicated, if you put it down there, it's hard to say it's bad for the neighborhood
Right.
down there, so
It'll invite it.
it's easier to say it's bad for the neighborhood in
Yeah, but
the
it's-
AROs.
But it's very far away from a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Like I think the point was
Right
raised.
smack dab in the middle of our,
It's about a quarter mile away from where I live. So
And right on the border of Canton Street.
there are people that live down there. There's people who live everywhere.
Yes, but I think the argument
I understand, but university represents something
just
different
relies
than
on the zoning
Everett or
board of
East
appeals
Street.
to reject things, though, versus putting it somewhere that, where it's, if it did happen, we think it would be less.
But as Nora indicated, if it is put down there, a possible applicant could argue with
more
the
likely
state
to happen
against
there.
the town to say, they're keeping me out of here. I can't do what I need to do here. So
I guess you'd say if we wanted to bring it to town, that's where we'd put the district.
Right.
But, go ahead.
Just a follow-up, well, couldn't they do that with the adult district then? Shouldn't that be changed? If that's the position of the board?
If they can figure out,
But they'd have to prove that they can't build down there. Basically, these treatment facilities, numerous beds, they need.
they need certain
They need a
things.
certain size
Right.
that they cannot get down there, so they could argue, can't be built down here, so we have a right to build it anywhere.
Right, I agree.
Whereas the adult bookstore, you need a, 3x3 closet, you could open one up, if you wanted to. Okay?
Okay, yep. Does it have to be 2 areas of town, or can it be 1?
It
no,
could be
we just
one.
have,
One
we
zone.
have 2 ARO zones.
Okay,
Areas, it's
So-
one zoning.
Areas, sorry, one
Could it-
zone, 2 areas.
thank you. Could it be an overlay district?
You mean change the zoning?
No, for this medical
You mean put it
treatment.
into Islington?
No, could it be like an overlay district like they do for medical marijuana?
Actually, the medical marijuana is
Is in
allowed
the
in this
ARO.
ARO
It's
zone.
the ARO, that's where
That's
we-
where it's allowed by special
put.
permit.
It's the only place it's allowed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Sullivan. I'm at 47 Westdale. I'm a nurse anesthetist at the Leahy in Burlington, and I deal with addicts every day. And I see the tragedy that happens every day with people who have substance abuse problems. The point I wanted to make was I think it's a fallacy or a trap to fall into the argument that if you put drug rehab facilities into industrial zones, that you're inviting them in. Johns Hopkins came out with a seminal study that the National Institute of Health is using to force communities into accepting more and more drug rehab facilities because of our addiction crisis that's going on. And states across the country, some more research needs to be done on this because states across the country are being forced to accept drug rehab facilities next to schools, across the street from schools, in the middle of residential neighborhoods. And that zoning boards are not being able to keep them out in these ARR districts. And so you're caught in a trap. If you pick the ARO district, to put a drug rehab facility into, and you try to keep them out saying that, well, they're near residential neighborhoods, states are not buying that because they're incentivized by Medicare and Medicaid to have more and more drug rehab facilities. So school districts and towns and cities are losing that argument. So the other side of that is choose industrial areas, and by what I heard earlier, it's like, oh, we're inviting these drug rehab centers in if we choose an industrial center. Well, the reality is communities are going to get drug rehab centers. It's going to happen. So whether you either choose to put it in an industrial center where you can keep it away on the off chance that you're going to get asked to have a drug rehab center, at least you're keeping it away from neighborhoods and schools, versus the chance that you're going to legally lose the argument with the state and the federal government that you're keeping out drug rehab facilities near residential areas. That's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Dr. John Yang. I live at 62 Birch Lane. My kids go to Downey School. I practice medicine in Southeast Mass, where we have one of the highest rates of addiction. I work with drug addicts. I've had patients who have overcome drug addiction, people who have succumbed to drug addiction. I prescribe opiates. We do have many drug rehab centers in our vicinity, so I have a lot of experience and perspective with them. I think, first of all, as far as building or raising the potential to build a facility in Meditech Circle, as far as getting, the Downey School struggling to have enough young families, enough enrollment, enough students to secure adequate state funding. I think when you create a site like this is a potential site for an adult bookstore, a potential site for a nuclear power plant, even though the plans may never materialize, I think you create an automatic disincentive for people who are potentially looking to our town, who have a lot of other options where they can go. We know from research from the National Association of Realtors, as well as common sense, that when they look at property values in proximity of a drug treatment center versus a similar neighborhood not in proximity of a drug treatment center, you can find anywhere from the 8 to 17% difference in property values. In terms of a lot of times of drug addictions, there's co-addictions, benzodiazepines, alcohol. I think the East Street Rotary is already a fairly difficult area to navigate. I'd have concerns about if this is a treatment center where we have a lot of impaired drivers coming in, what the safety of that is going through Meditech Circle. When you look at where the overdoses are taking place, I can tell you at the hospitals, the CVS parking lots, the rehab centers, this is actually where a lot of the activity happens. If we're having overdoses at Meditech Circle, 5 p.m. on a weekday, is EMS able to quickly get in there safely, get out there safely? I can tell you from experience, when patients tell me, where do you buy cocaine? Where do you buy heroin? A common theme, they say you buy it at the rehab. I know it sounds harsh, but that is the reality. I think even if this never materializes, by creating the potential for such a site, I do think it serves as a very real deterrent to young families moving in, and I think it has implications, funding for the elementary schools, and I think many people here feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Christine Feeney, 17 Westdale Road. Just reiterating kind of what everyone said. I'm in the law enforcement profession myself, so I see it firsthand. I don't work for the town, but I see firsthand, not to be harsh, but we all know the methadone mile at Boston Medical Center. I don't want to see that in my neighborhood or around it. And from where I work, I know there's a strain on police and fire, on, I know everyone needs a second chance, but I just feel that it's too close to a neighborhood, especially our area right near Meditech. It's all young families now, and that's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Abby, quick question. Is it going to be inpatient, outpatient? I mean, has that been clarified or court
if
ordered?
we look at our
It's in the definition.
definition, Our definition of for hospital is a building designed and used for the diagnosis and treatment of human patients that includes overnight care facilities.
So that would be for a
So-
substance abuse facility as well?
And then for substance rehab or treatment facility, it's a building designed and used for the diagnosis and treatment of human patients for substance rehab or treatment facility.
Hospital's limited to overnight. Substance rehabilitation is not. It could be daycare or it could be overnight.
or.
It could be either. So just to make sure I'm not misunderstood, these are uses that we have to be open to. We just have to choose the best location in our community for them. My concern about putting it in the industrial district is that we have limited industrial land, which is very valuable to the town's tax base, very valuable to every residential property owner whose tax rates will simply increase if we don't accomplish the right amount of industrial development in our industrial zones. We have the ARO districts that are specifically designed for uses like this: nursing homes, assisted care facilities, marijuana, medical marijuana facilities. Those are already restricted to the ARO districts. I think that if you choose another district, you just have to be careful about what effect it will have on the other uses in that district. If you choose a residential district, I believe you'll have the residential, the people who live in that district opposing it close to their homes as well. The ARO districts were chosen and they were cited on the map the way they are because they have direct highway access. They are the areas at the edge of our town that are easy in and easy out, which is why they were selected for this. And they're also, I mentioned that the last hospital proposal I had heard about was 24 years ago, and that was in the ARO district. There have been nursing home proposals over the years that have been in the ARO district. So we chose it because we thought that was the most appropriate district. If this board feels there's another district that would be more appropriate, then you can take a look at the zoning map and you can alter this proposed article. But keep in mind that this is the article that was already approved by town meeting, and it was already thought through, it was already discussed, it went to the FinCom, and it would be effective if not for objection to the Attorney General's office that was full of fallacies.
Did you say they could use a pilot to?
I'm saying that that the only way that if it was a nonprofit that established a hospital or any nonprofit facility, a church or a nonprofit school, they don't have to pay taxes. They can willingly pay a pilot, but the town has no way of obligating them to do so.
That's like the Brigham then?
So Brigham was a little bit different because it was within the University Station district where we had a development agreement where years before we had thought that through and had put language in the development agreement that prohibited the developer from selling property or renting property to a nonprofit that wouldn't pay taxes unless there was a pilot agreement. So that was a little bit different. It was a willing proposal between the developer and the town that had provisions requiring a pilot. Anywhere else in town, if Brigham and Women had chosen to go anywhere other than within University Station, they wouldn't have to pay $1. There's no mandatory pilot agreement.
Nora, do you think, is the Meditech parcel, is that large enough for a hospital? I mean, wouldn't that suffer from the same problem as the adult district in terms of?
I think that one is small. It would be difficult to put a hospital on that location. But the ARO district has two zones. It has this Meditech, and it has this one, which is Meditech, Fox Hill Village, and a medical building at 100 High Street that's already
But
up front.
to do something, so what's within what we can do, we have an article here, we could probably change the letters on the table, basically, but I think we're saying that rezoning would be out of scope of
It would be
the
out of
town
scope,
meeting.
right. You don't have a warrant article to rezone the town.
Like to change to say, get rid of the ARO, to rezone the Meditech campus
For
to
instance,
be
if you wanted to take
industrial or
that Meditech
highway
building and
business.
change it instead of ARO, you wanted to make it Highway Business District, you could do that, but that would require a warrant article to do that. And you don't have that warrant article reserved, and the warrant is closed, and it's beyond the scope of this article.
We couldn't just do like a footnote and designate it to that section only? Or
You
does-
can't, no, you're not permitted, that would be spot zoning. You can't pick a property and allow uses on one property and not another. Everything within the same zone has to be treated equally. So you can change the zoning districts if you have a reason to do that. If you felt for some reason that this Meditech property is not appropriately zoned ARO, you could make a proposal to change that, and you could take that to town meeting. But you would not be able to take that to town meeting in the spring. You could do that at a future time.
So I voted on this at the November town meeting, and I didn't know that it was designating it to a certain area, so I understand why there was the confusion. So,
And I've driven by this, Meditech property is literally on top of their neighborhood. I've driven around, and you can still see it, and it's in close proximity. I'd prefer it if we could pick a different zone, and then, what is the process to decouple those two Meditech?
Rezoning.
You would have to rezone. So it would be a warrant article with 2/3 approval by town meeting to change the zoning, and you'd have to have a justification for why you thought that some other district would be more appropriate than ARO.
I think the justification, well, I mean, it's like I'm bothered by the idea that we're relying on the zoning board of appeals saying that, oh, it's too close to a neighborhood, so we would never allow anything bad to happen here, because I think I'm kind of persuaded by the idea that it's coming, and so we should think about what's the best place for it, not rely on saying, well, here's a place, but don't worry, the ZBA will be able to reject it if that could get challenged.
So that was
later.
one of the things I wanted to clarify. What I'm saying is the ZBA would reject a proposal that would have a negative effect on the neighborhood. They would not reject a proposal that would not have a negative effect. It's all in the way a project is developed and designed. So there are many special permits that are given out by the ZBA, and they have to review specific criteria.
But they
So
may
in
not
one
reject it.
instance, they would reject it if it's not appropriately designed. In another instance, if it is appropriately designed and can be shown not to have a negative effect, they will allow it. And if they don't allow it, then their decision would be overturned by the courts on appeal if there was no real reason for disallowing it. That's the same position you'd be in if you don't allow it anywhere. You'd get to a point where the ZBA would have to make a decision, a case would come to them saying that this is a use that's not shown on the town's zoning bylaw use table as prohibited, so therefore it should be allowed, and we would send them to the zoning board for clarification, and they would decide if the use is allowed or not allowed. But what the zoning board is there to do is to make sure that a proposal is appropriate for an area. In some cases it will be, and in some cases it won't be. I would say that on the smaller parcel, a large hospital wouldn't fit, but a smaller one might. On the larger parcel, you could probably fit not only a hospital, but probably several other ancillary uses as well. That doesn't mean they're being proposed to go there. Those properties are both in active use now. There's not room to redevelop them with additional uses. It would have to replace the uses that are there.
I'm guessing, that any place you locate is going to have concerns with, Fox Hill Village, and to the folks who live up Grove Street and everywhere would probably not like to see a substance abuse place either.
So I think that we see with almost all development, nobody wants anything near them other than their homes and their neighbors' homes. I think that we see that with every type of development that comes before this planning board. People don't like things changing that are near them. You never find someone who says, yeah, come on, bring it to me. I would love it as my next door neighbor. That doesn't happen, but that doesn't mean we don't have to find a place where these type of uses are permitted. So we have to find somewhere. I don't think we should allow it by right. I think it should only be by special permit, so the zoning board does get to take into consideration the effects, traffic and visual effects, and as we saw with the pre-existing non-conforming use at the Westwood Lodge, there were escapes, frequent escapes, and that was a concern. So that would be something else that would be taken into consideration. It would have to be an appropriately designed facility. But the fact remains, you have to find somewhere, so it's up to you.
So the industrial,
to decide what would be the best location.
The industrial zone abuts, that's where Walter Way, or, was it not Walter?
There's industrial office.
Wilson Way and,
Wilson Way,
yeah.
right here, this is it's across from Wilson Way. industrial office is across from Glacier Everett. That's where Walper and Purwall Streets are. They're
Which is right
industrial
next to
office
St.
buildings.
Dennis Drive and,
No.
No, it's the other side of
No,
the
it's
highway.
the
other
the
side
old
of the
Audi
highway.
dealership.
Next to what you're thinking of is the Highway Business District, which is where Glacier Drive is, where Wilson Way and Frugal
It's
Fanny's.
where Westwood Media Center is where you're talking about.
Yes.
Over there.
What does ARO stand for?
Administrative Research Office District.
Because you mentioned having a place for it and using, going back to the zoning, and I appreciate you, David, that said that you don't want to rely on that. So then why don't we change all of the residential areas to BA? So that way, everybody would have to come back to the zoning board and say, we don't want it in our backyard, right? Because then that would be equal for everybody, right?
I don't think I understood. You're
Yeah, and-
suggesting we rezone all residential property to ARO?
No, to be VA. We would just have them be VA, just like our ARO.
So that's essentially what you have now. By not restricting anywhere, it would be allowed anywhere the zoning board allows. I don't think that's something that we'd want to do. I don't think you would want it on your street in your residential property. I don't think you'd want to see homes destroyed to put up a hospital mid-block. That's different than having it on a property that's zoned for commercial use.
It just seems to
If
me
you
the
don't think
the
this is the-
industrial zone seems like the better option to me.
The industrial zone is all of this.
Our concern there was, when we talked about this was before, is that we have a lot more properties down there. A lot of them are vacant. You had at your January meeting, so it's 200 and 240 University Ave that updated their building saying they expect to get new tenants, but they don't have uses yet. So we expect development over time will continue in that area. So if you allow it there, you're more likely to get an application for these kinds of uses down there. So as Nora mentioned, they're nonprofit.
Right. I think that if you were thinking maybe the industrial office use, industrial office district, which is right here, would be more limited in nature. But again, I'd be concerned about the size and whether that's a realistic, whether that would actually accomplish the goal or not. The industrial district is not only a large district, but it's the area where the town is focusing its efforts on bringing in tax dollars so that we can continue the high level of services that the town provides to its residents. And I don't think you want to do anything that deviates from that plan.
So could you repeat, what is the zone that you were just speaking of?
This is industrial office. It's Walper and Purwall Streets. It's on the east side of Route 1. And on the west side is the Highway Business District. That's where the car dealerships are and Frugal Fanny's. That's also next to residences. And this one is next to residences. And you could say that this one is as well. And we are mostly a residential town. We have some commercial property, a limited amount. Very little of it is completely.
But it seems like
devoid of
this
residences.
particular spot is on top of the neighborhood. I mean,
So-
I drove by it the other day.
This ARO district is close to this residential neighborhood. This industrial office district is close to these two residential neighborhoods. This highway business district is close to this and here. I don't think you'll really find somewhere. Yes, the industrial district on one side of the street might not have any residences. This area right down here today does not have any residences. But you can't limit it to one side of the street. It could just as easily be where 690 Canton Street is. Or it could be up here, which is near Whitewood. You have to pick a district. You can't limit it to an area.
No, I hear you. I understand that.
So I don't think there is an easy answer here. I think that the reason ARO was selected was because that is the district that was intended for this type of use. And there are other uses, not hospital, not substance abuse, but uses that are similar in nature, like Fox Hill Village and the former Clark House nursing home that was there. And that's why that was selected. But so that's the hard work that this board has to look at and see where you think it's most appropriate.
Thanks, Nora. I think a few more comments here.
Amy Sullivan again, 47 Westdale. I want to address the comment made about losing tax revenue if you locate medical facilities in industrial locations. I do know that the federal government and the state government offer tax incentives because they are trying to get communities to accept rehab facilities because of the desperate need. So I think before you make a decision about whether or not Westwood's going to lose tax dollars from businesses that are going to be located in the industrial section, you need to do some research about what breaks you're going to be getting if you do accept a facility in an industrial section. Because I think the state and the feds are trying to offset that loss for towns in a bid to get towns to accept these facilities. Thanks.
Thank you.
So if we take the time to do more research, we miss town meeting with this endorsement, and then we're flying naked like we are now, and we're subject to anything. So
Our public hearing is open, and we go to the FinCom, and they might have the same kind of feedback and stuff, so.
But if it doesn't get an endorsement somewhere, and this particular article passes by town meeting and it doesn't come up again, we're subject anywhere.
We're talking apples and oranges, we're talking two different things. They're talking about moving a zone, or rezoning, and we're talking about shoring up. Wherever the zone ends up at the end of the day, we still have to shore up.
Right.
So it's two different things.
I want to hear from you.
Sorry, I just want to understand, there was another proposal to move it to this section here, is that correct?
Yes.
Well, that's a zone that it could go to.
So I live in this neighborhood, but what I can say is, there are walking paths all through this area. The teachers from Downey take this every day to walk through this area. The kids bike in here after school. This, I wouldn't necessarily, in my mind, I would consider this almost the worst place that you could put something like this, because it's all woods. There's not much else around there, and this is heavily footpath by the families, the teachers, the students coming into class. So there are, old roads that have been deconnected, things like that. This, to me, would be a nightmare from just from that kind of consideration perspective. So I just want you guys to understand that even when you look at this on a map, it may seem like, hey, that makes a lot of sense. There are significant paths into all of these neighborhoods from this area here. And just one thing I can say is, being in this neighborhood, the one thing we have in Islington is this area, everybody walks to school. So if you go down East Street in the morning, you are going to see probably all these families walking their kids all the way down Smith Drive, all the way from, the tree named streets and all that. It is heavily family oriented. So I'm just saying that, you do have your work cut out for you, but it would be a real shame to sacrifice the potential for what that is, in the future by potentially, leaving us open to having that kind of development in that area. There are kids literally everywhere. And I understand the implications of moving something here. Potentially it sounds like it might even be easier to get somebody in here, but at least this is a barrier from the rest of what you have. This is all families, young kids, walking, biking, out all the time, all night, so.
Thank you very much.
Frank Jurzak, 33 Magaletta Drive. Thank you.
What we have here is, two different issues. I understand that the group here would like to move the district to another one, okay? That's going to take an act of the town meeting. It's going to have to get on a warrant. That can't happen this spring. It could possibly happen next fall, or more likely next spring, the spring afterwards. Either way, no matter where we put it, just like you guys are affected now, someone else will be affected, and there'll be pushback on the other side. But what we are discussing is just shoring up the definitions and the rules of these zones so the town is not exposed. Okay? We can approve Article 3 and still have your discussion of where should it be. Okay? So I think we're arguing about two different things, and it's not getting us anywhere. Two separate things that have two separate processes to go through. So let's focus on one, then we can focus on the other. Does everyone agree with that? No?
Excuse me. Kate Devlin Joyce, 146 Weatherby Drive. I think, Chris, as you're stating, without showing, what you're recommending is that we adopt, or that you all will adopt, Article 3. Without doing that, everyone in the town has the same risk that our community has in this ARO district, and frankly, in these neighborhoods. Everyone right now is exposed at the same level if an organization, a hospital, a substance abuse facility decides that they want to make an application. We also all share the same protections, as was stated in terms of the zoning board and the zoning board of appeals. We all then bear the same responsibilities, same protections, and what you're trying to do is put that ownership on a distinct group of people who live and have chosen, because of the great community, because of the walking distance to the Downey schools, to live in these neighborhoods. And so rather than putting that onus on our neighborhood alone, please consider putting it on the entire town. And if, as we've been told, sorry, I don't know your name, Nora, if, as Nora has suggested, that if it were to, a proposal were to come to the town, that we would be protected because of our community, the house values, etc., then we all share in that protection. And every community, every neighborhood would have that same argument, rather than putting that onus just on our community. So,
The town as a whole is more exposed.
hold on.
No, you have to speak and I get to speak.
Yep.
The town as a whole is more exposed the way it stands now. And this board's job is for what's best for the town, the entire town.
I appreciate that. We are a contingent of this town.
Absolutely.
And so rather, you are putting, by choosing to adopt Article 3 as it is currently written, you are putting the burden on our particular community within the town, rather than sharing that across the board. The same arguments that would be made to the zoning board for if a substance abuse or a hospital wants and applies for a permit could be used in any community. Why are you putting that? Why is this board choosing to put that only on our community and making our neighborhood stand up when that comes in, rather than saying it is open to the entire community, and then having the entire community and whomever from those individual neighborhoods or zoning areas choose to come and stand up against it? I don't think you're putting any more of Westwood at risk by putting BA across the board. You're just putting that onus on our particular ARO district.
We can't put BA anywhere. That would have to be, that's a function of the town meeting. That would have to be a warrant.
No, the warrant, I'm sorry, my understanding.
You can change the table of uses of where
The table of
BA
uses, but we can't
You
make.
can't rezone the
Right.
map to create a new
That's not what
zoning.
I'm suggesting.
But we
I'm
could-
not suggesting rezoning right now. What I am suggesting is, particularly to your point of, and I think, Sandra, you made this point, of potentially putting BA across in terms of 4.1.5.25 across, so that, and hopefully, every in our neighborhood, if our neighborhood has the possibility of going to and defending and saying substance abuse that comes in and applies to the zoning board to allow them use of this property, and according to Nora, we could defend that, which I'm not sure that we could. I'm not sure whether given the current state of politics and also, frankly, the number of substance abuse and the need for substance abuse facilities, whether our neighborhood, we'd be able to say, due to decrease in housing costs due to the school, the proximity to the schools, et cetera, that we would have a good defense against not having it brought into our particular neighborhood. But I think if you put BA across the entire board, then the entire community, yes, potentially is at risk, but you're giving them the same risk that you're asking our neighborhood to take on. And so I ask you to consider that. Why are you putting that burden only on our neighborhood and our ARO district versus putting that across the board? And if we do need to go to a rezoning, to a town meeting for rezoning and potentially getting this area not, rezoned, we will have to decide if that's what we do. But I'm asking you to consider putting that burden across the entire town versus just on our particular area.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's have a couple more comments, and if no one else, then we'll discuss. So,
Hi, good evening. Terry Knapp, 64 Birch Lane. I am part of the Westwood community, predominantly, of course, the Downey District. My question really is, it's more a question than a comment. How long has Westwood been open to this footnote, if you will, that anyone, you're making a point that the Downey community is at risk, or the whole entire community of Westwood has been at risk, that anyone can plop down anywhere on any residential neighborhood. I would like to know, how long have we been at risk? It's unclear to me. Are we talking a year, 10 years, 100 years, 200?
This is the first time we're adding it to the zoning bylaw. So since we've had the zoning, 1961.
Right. So to your point, and I appreciate that, Brian, you know, I think as a community of Westwood, I think we should all face similar risks. Keep this as an open discussion that all of Westwood can address should somebody want to locate a drug treatment facility in one of the neighborhoods. Certainly, I appreciate, Brian, that you've been around the Meditech area. I mean, we moved in 9 years ago. I can assure you that area was much quieter. It seemed to have an older population. Now, on a Saturday, there's hundreds of kids riding around on bicycles trying to navigate East Street, which is own hazard in itself. To introduce something around Meditech, there are families within 10 feet of Meditech. We host block parties right by Meditech. There's tons of children. The Downey School is bursting at the seams. This just seems that the entire town needs to bear this burden. And if since 1961 we've all been at risk, I think we should continue to do that.
thank you. Last comment.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about the burden, because you mentioned you have the burden of making the right choice for the entire town. I would say you really need to look at the burden that this part of town has already taken, right? Because if you think about University Station, we've added so much traffic, so much congestion, like so much there. Our schools, I want to reiterate the point, bursting at the seams. My daughter, okay, is in her second year of now her class, first and second grade, now exceeding the maximum classroom size guidelines issued by the town of Westwood. The numbers put her particular class, first and second grade, which are incredibly fundamental years, they put them over the 80th percentile across the state of Massachusetts, which is absolutely and utterly horrifying for someone like me who's invested in this town because it's good, safe neighborhoods and good school systems. And all of that was part of the burden that this particular part of town has faced as a result of University Station, which has benefited the entire community at large. So the choice was made, fine. We're working with the superintendent and trying to get a resolution on the classroom size issue that we're having. We haven't had much traction, to be honest with you, so that's a frustration point as well. But I really think you need to look at the burden that this part of town is facing and really think about distributing the burden more fairly and equitably across the town. I mean, really, I can't state it enough because it just feels like we're bearing more than our fair share of the burden. And if it requires rezoning to look at this section, which is large, which doesn't have as many, residents, I think we should be looking at that because that more equally distributes the burden.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So,
Can I just ask Abby a question? Abby, off the top of your head, do you see any adverse reaction or consequences to allowing it in everything but residential areas? Putting a BA under everything except the residential areas, the SRA, SRB.
Yes, I assume the opposition that we have here tonight would just be stronger because highway businesses along Route 1, local businesses on High Street and Washington Street, the industrial zones are on University Ave and Canton Street and behind Purwall. So we likely see more opposition to that if you allow it by special permit and those other. I mean, you could increase, but you're more likely to encourage the uses. They would have multiple properties in town that they could.
every district, every district abuts on another. So if you single out the non-residential districts, well, they all touch residential districts. if you do everything as BA, well then, if that's the same effect as you have now, it would be probably smarter just not to include this, right? Because putting BA across the board is saying Westwood is open for business. Please
Yeah,
come, pick from whichever district you want. Whereas not taking action means that we're exposed to the possibility, you know, it could happen anywhere kind of thing. But the decision, I mean, it was, the ARO was chosen similar to how it was done for the medical marijuana location, I presume. And that's, for whatever reason, the process, that was much more, people knew more about that, I think. I mean, I don't know that this was just probably not known about when it was first proposed as much. So now everybody knows about it. But I don't know, it's either make a hard choice and put it where we think is the least offensive location, or leave it out and bear the risk of it happening anywhere.
I think the industrial district seems like,
Well, it's not a no-brainer. I mean, this board has to keep in mind the overall direction the town wants to take, and the town is really at a crossroads with the split tax rate. And if everyone in town is fine paying up to average of $1,200 a year more in property taxes, then we don't care about the split tax rate. But if we lose the industrial and we lose the opportunity to grow our tax base from industrial, I know that there's an opportunity with government tax incentives possibility. I don't know about that. That was the first time I've heard of it. But if we lose that split tax rate because we're cutting ourselves off at the knees with the opportunity to grow industrial with things like this, literally everyone in town, if your house is worth $600,000, that's the average, that's $1,200 more. So if you're worth 1.2, it's $2,400 more a year in property taxes. So that's what this board has to wrestle with. You guys, I know, I live on Everett Street. I understand this neighborhood. I get it. But we are faced with the global perspective. So we have to think about all of those things. So I understand how, you know, when University Station was coming online, everyone was worried about increased traffic on Canton, Everett, and Forbes. I live on Everett. I was worried about it. Turns out it didn't turn out as bad as I thought on my street, and I'm happy about that. But I'm hearing what everyone's saying, and I get it. It's a problem. I'm not entirely sure it's a slam dunk industrial, that's it. There could very well be consequences. There might be none. We may never see an application. It may be a totally moot point. Tonight might be not a waste of everyone's time, but result in nothing, because we've 24 years since Nora's heard of another application or someone even interested in opening up. The property rates might be too high for Westwood to attract, you know, in Westwood to attract somebody for this. I don't know. Everything's fluid. Yeah, the drug problem is growing. Everything is fluid. We don't know exactly where it's all going to play out. But it's in front of us now to make these choices. So we give it to the whole town. You know, Abby's explained her concerns about doing that, putting the burden on the entire town, spread it across the board. We put it in industrial. I hope just one aspect of that, one negative aspect of that is, are you prepared to write a bigger check
I'd rather
next
pay the
year?
extra taxes.
You would.
rather
Others
than take
can't.
a 50K hit on my house.
I get it. I get that.
Why is that a slam dunk that we're paying more taxes?
It's
We need
not.
to use
It's
these
a-
microphones, folks.
It's a possibility. It's not a slam dunk, we're going to pay more taxes. It's the direction the town is trying to take with increasing our commercial tax base.
So Abby, what are, well,
Just one point. If they go to Meditech and it's a nonprofit, you lose the tax base.
For that
Right,
one
so
business,
if it's
right.
industrial, it's a moot point. It could be. it's a
Meditech has
fluid-
to go out of business, it has to be sitting, or they get bought out.
Right, but no matter where it goes, it could be
Right.
tax zero.
Right.
all right,
So
so I think
th-
I want to,
that's not a point.
I don't want to be
Thank you.
disruptive here, but we have had a lot of discussion. Abby, what we could do tonight, so these things are going to FinCom, so we pretty much have to make a decision tonight as to what to do with this, right?
Tonight,
Or-
you would make a recommendation to FinCom so that you can present on Monday, March 4th. You would, later at the end of the public hearings and before town meeting, you make a recommendation at town meeting, but you keep your hearings open. so tonight you can revise what you've proposed within the scope of this article. So you could change where it's allowed in the table of uses as proposed.
So
You could select another
I'm-
zoning
Definitions, too.
district.
I'm not, so as
Or you could
uncomfortable as I am with this, I don't think we should just tonight, oh, yeah, we should just do industrial.
no,
After
no.
all years of that came up with this decision. So I think it's either move forward or say, come back with a justification of why the ARO is the best district.
Delay until we figure it out. It doesn't just, we can wait till next year, just like you told someone else, you know, we can wait till next year.
Well, the planning board, you should tonight make a recommendation to the Finance and Warrant Commission, but you should keep your hearing open, because there are 2 sets of hearings in March with the Finance and Warrant Commission as you're taking comments tonight. So you can continue, you can make changes, but you should try to come to some conclusion tonight, because you're going to be asked to present the article on Monday night.
Yeah, but I think it should be designated, and it seems, from what I've heard, the industrial zone seems like the best place.
Well, we have 2 industrial zones, so the industrial office or the industrial. Industrial office is that smaller one by Purwall and Walper off of where Westwood Media Center is. And then industrial zone is all around University Ave and Canton Street, so that's a much larger. That's where we were concerned about. There's much more property
It's
involved.
all of University Ave, right? From 128 down to Canton
Yeah,
Street.
it's the orange.
It's the underlying zone.
That orange color.
So which area has the least residential?
Are you,
Intrusion, if you may.
are you considering,
Because it's abutting the highways. ARO is our smallest, is a smaller commercial zone, and abutting the highways. That's why we had proposed it there.
How did,
that location.
How did we come up with, how did we know that it was hospital and substance rehab? Are there other things that are also, we think should be on here, or is it, why? We said there's been no discussion of a substance rehab treatment facility, but why did this come up in the first place? Is it
Because it was so.
because we're worried
We
about the
needed
need
to
for it?
specify, because it was just so open-ended, that anyone could fit anything in there with the definitions prior.
I know we
We're trying to
specifically,
change.
hospital was brought to attention, we talked about Brigham Women's Hospital. It wasn't, they weren't having overnight, they weren't doing, this kind of extensive services, but that's what brought our attention to not having a definition of hospital.
The bylaw does have a definition for hospital, so this amends it, but there was a definition for hospital that was already in there.
Oh.
But it wasn't in the use chart.
Oh.
So this is to put it in the use chart, to give it a place where it should or could go. And that's for the board to consider. When we last considered this, a year and a half ago, ARO zones were considered the most appropriate location for it. I don't think that there is another location that's better. And I want to remind you that the article is not just about hospitals and substance abuse facilities. It's about offices of a healthcare professional, medical clinics, and medical centers. Those are also covered in here. So if you don't address them, those can go wherever a doctor's office can go, which is in most residential zones and in the local business districts. And there's a big difference between having a medical center in a commercial area that's near a residential district and having a medical center on a residential street. They are not the same thing.
So couldn't we,
Can I, is anyone else, are people here for any other articles in the town meeting? Okay, so there are additional things we want to get to. I'm just mindful that it's like 10:15, and so, yeah,
I
go
was going
ahead.
to say, could we apply it to the industrial and then revisit it in November town meeting and consider the rezoning?
You could do that, but in the meantime, you could very well get an application that comes in for the industrial district where there are properties available for sale.
So then are we safer
There are
not
no properties
designated
available
then?
in the ARO district right now.
So are we safer to not designate it then versus?
she's saying
I
it's
think you're safer to designate
it.
it somewhere where there's property that's not not being prepared to turn over.
Well-
I think if you designate a zone where there's property that is going to turn over, you're more likely to achieve a use that you may not find beneficial.
So-
Not because the use itself is noxious, but because the effects on the tax base, if it's in an industrial district, would be severe.
So if, if this were adopted, and the risk of someone coming in and doing something in the meantime, but that would mean that Meditech would have to leave, at least for this location, during that time frame.
Meditech at East Street or Meditech at Louderbrook or Fox Hill Village or the 100 High Street property. Those are all the properties that are within these districts, 4 separate parcels. There's a lot less likelihood that any of those parcels will be redeveloped in between now and November than there is on rezoning the entire industrial district.
But then we'd have to open up the warrant to change that, which I see is unlikely.
No, what I'm thinking is that if as is, it will, so adopted as is, no, it's not going to happen tomorrow because, no one's going to, Meditech's not going to suddenly say, wow, now we have the opportunity to open up a rehab center and, so then people will be, we could change the zoning at a future town meeting if that's what people want to do, or we could revise this. And in the meantime, in the short term, businesses are not going to come in and set up shop.
But Dave,
However,
what's
in
the-
the short term, if you did it to another district where there are vacant places and opportunities, then something could happen.
And
So
if you
you're
do
saying-
nothing, something could happen as
Are
well.
you saying a scenario of applying it to that zone and then changing that zone later? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying right now, there's a choice. If we could do nothing, we could strike this, or we could say, let's hit the pause button, okay? And then then that opens us up to the possibility that someone would come in and apply for
Which
any
we've been in that
district.
situation
Or
for
correct.
many years.
Yeah, or we could adopt this and then deal with the reaction and the sort of like reevaluation of the whole thing and say, oh my God, we need to change the zoning, or we need to do something, we need to revise this at a future meeting.
I don't see that zoning change if that happens.
It's because people might think, oh, let's take care of.
Well, then it's gonna
not
take
our
it-
neighborhood.
Exactly.
The other thing is, how can we make a recommendation to FinCom with only one public hearing? There's too many ifs.
Technically, this has been through the process so many times now, but it just wasn't raised. It didn't get people's attention to object to it, and so now we're actually having a serious discussion about it, so.
I still think that that industrial is the better place for it. I understand that there are some spaces that are open, but it's quite built up down there. We're not talking about a desolate area where somebody's gonna build a giant center.
And it still has to go before
And
town
it's,
meeting.
and it's not, this is
All right, I think.
directly abutting.
I think the only way we'll get through the evening is if we just put it to a vote and see what happens and move on to other items, right? Because we can't do nothing. We can't just say, oh, okay, we'll think about it later, because it's,
Well, you usually vote to make a recommendation of FinCom. You're going to keep your hearings open. You don't make your recommendation until town meeting, until you're going to go through more public hearings.
So
But you
we
should decide tonight what you want to.
So recommending
What you
to go
wanna
to
do.
FinCom is basically, that we want to take it to them and see what they have to say about this. Good. We think it's
You
good.
should
We want to know if they think
put
it's
your
good.
The
recommendation.
location that's already on there is what you're saying.
No, you can change what you have before you now. But you should,
You're saying tonight's the night to do that?
before
that
Monday,
change.
yes, so I
Yeah.
can,
I'm in favor of this, just not in that spot, in the industrial. I would like it if the board was in agreement with that way to go.
which industrial are you talking about IO or?
Are they're treated the same or separate?
We have two
IO?
different, let me,
I think Brian's referring to University.
University.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the other one is the one that's right by Downey that the gentleman spoke of earlier. If they're laying dormant, we're concerned about the split tax rate, we're not getting anything anyway. So, but I think this is definitely a gap that we need to close. And I think, personally, I think it's the best way to get it through town meeting. This will drastically affect this neighborhood and Downey in general. I think if it's at that industrial down by University, I think it has a better chance of getting through town meeting. It will protect
So
us.
is your suggestion that we change the table to be industrial BA only? Is that
That's right.
basically like everything else the same, but
That's right.
you're basically saying to amend what's, so I think
I
you could propose that and we could vote on that. And then if that fails, then someone else might move the original, so leave it the way it is.
So I make a motion to adjust the table such that the district is changed to that industrial BA.
I second it.
And just to clarify, did you want to keep the BA in the ARO as well?
No,
So you change that to a no?
right. So essentially switching the district.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Any abstentions? Okay, so that motion fails. So what alternatives do we have on this? We could not recommend it at all. We could recommend it as is, or we could strike the substance rehab line from the table.
Well, yeah, it does make sense to change the definitions if you're not going to address the use district. Yeah, I'd be, I guess my thinking right now is I'd be inclined to say if we keep it as is, subject the whole town to it for a year, till next fall or whatever, until we figure out exactly where it's going to go. Rather than identify one particular spot right now. We obviously have small faction of people who live in that area who chose to come out.
So are you saying to remove the specificity here, or to do like BA across everything, or?
BA across the board?
I guess what I'm saying is BA across everything until we can
Well,
better
including-
identify a spot.
Wouldn't the same thing
It's the
be-
same thing as doing nothing.
Or wouldn't, we could strike this row and strike the definition of
Well, we could
because you can't
strike
have.
Article 3
Well, it's the same
altogether.
thing as doing nothing.
Just strike Article
But it
3 altogether.
defines,
Well, but there's other medical uses. I don't think we want the whole article to go out the window because of one issue, because the definition of the hospital, it seems like that's a reasonable.
We changed the wording of office of a dentist or doctor, things like the healthcare professional, but we didn't make any changes to where that was allowed.
yeah, I mean, there's still items that
Rest
can
of it.
stay.
I'm just not comfortable right now designating it industrial and wiping that opportunity from the town to grow that. Because I know they're working at trying to grow multiple parcels and becoming a large cohesive project down there. And I don't want to get in the way of that because I know that's important to the town. I know this is important to the town, but I'm not comfortable designating industrial. And I see the point of doing nothing keeps us exposed. If everyone's comfortable being exposed on High Street, Washington Street, East Street, okay.
So what I'm thinking is.
I'm not talking about, I would want to review it and research it, but
So
until
what
then,
am-
the only option is to keep everyone exposed.
So I'm thinking that that's we want to recommend it to FinCom, but without the BA. I mean, well, it can't be all ends, so it has to we have to take it out of here somehow.
No, you add BA to those spots.
Okay, that's
that
probably the
are
most obvious.
commercial-based, everything but the SRs. Put a BA.
I don't think I would do it that way.
How would you do it?
Dave, how are you going to explain? What
Well, I would take out this row
Last row.
that indicates the,
Substance abuse?
Yeah, I would
Treatment?
delete that row, and then you would have to also delete, I think, the definition, because if it's not listed if it's listed here, you can't have it not be in the table, right?
But that doesn't mean they don't exist. They're gonna come in and
No, I mean, what we're doing, we're adding hospital and substance rehabilitation or treatment facility to the definitions, and then we are amending the commercial uses table to show where those uses are allowed. So if we want to take something out of the table, I think we have to take the definition out too. Or we could put BA across here and see, that is the most explicit, like that explains what's going on better probably. It's just probably
But your point,
unusual.
Dave, that might open, it's kind of,
Well, it will open, it would open more of a discussion instead of taking it away completely. If we put BA across here, then FinCom will be like, what's that?
Actually, I believe, as it's been explained, the ARO is the safest bet right now. But you're gonna get a pushback from town. It may not go through. It went through a year and a half ago. But now eyes are on it and looking at it differently. I believe it's the safest. We could pass that and then revisit and find another place. But if the town is against that, and we wouldn't know till town meeting, then the safest place would be the ARO. But I know I sound like I'm going back and forth, but the only way to appease everyone is to expose everyone, and no one's happy. And that way, everyone's in the same lifeboat.
I think
but
that's,
but to you were putting the buildup of the business down there ahead of the neighborhood. So
No,
when you're talking about
What I was saying is that
appeasing people,
short term, I believe Meditech's going nowhere. So I believe it would be a safe place to put this use. And then you can revisit.
But then when somebody's going to go buy a house in that neighborhood, they know that it's zoned.
We passed, 650 apartments got built, and Pulte is selling condos a quarter of a mile away from our adult district. People don't know
all right, I
what
think
the underlying is.
The easiest motion for people to understand or for, to communicate after this is to just put BA across here, right? That's really, and it pushes it into a discussion of,
I don't think it's over. I think we're.
Because this will go to the, to FinCom.
Right.
They will say,
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Right.
And
It's
But
gonna
we
get
know what they're
indefinite
gonna say, what are you
postponement.
doing? So why are we gonna do it?
if we want to change it, there'll have to be a really good justification. That's why I was not going to vote for the industrial. I'm not going to hear in an hour or two discussion say, oh, yeah, of course, we should do that. So I think put it out on everybody, and then we will deal with that.
Dave, can you take one more comment?
I just want to help with one assumption. So Meditech, I work in medical devices. I have lots of friends who work at Meditech in the Foxborough facilities further south. They don't even know why that facility still exists. From their perspective, it's essentially a ghost town. There are folks who work there, but they do not expect that persists over the next few years. So I think people need to understand that is a very real possibility. Just coming from that industry, they have much bigger facilities further south that are much cheaper for them to own and operate. I don't think that's going to be there forever. So I just want you guys to understand that I don't think
So do you wanna-
Meditech is a permanent neighbor.
Thank you. Do you want to make a motion to spread the fund?
Sure, I'll make the motion to, you want to include the single residence as well?
No, wait, you're making this motion?
So what is,
Are you going to present at FinCom on Monday
Oh, no, I
night?
can't. I can't make the motion because I can't be there Monday.
what is the letters designate there? So are we saying,
So BA is by appeal, right? Or
A BA means upon special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals.
I don't think that row should exist.
If you're going to put BA across the chart, you as a planning board are determining that every property in Westwood should be considered for a hospital or substance abuse facility.
That
I
row
think
should
you
not
need to think about your role as planning board members and give that some hard thought. You're doing this at the spur of the moment based on some input you have from a limited population, as opposed to the entire discussion that the planning board had when it came up with the article. You should take at least as much time to consider what you're changing it to. Taking no action would be preferable to taking that action. I think a planning board has to think about how they're planning the town, and that's not planning, to just say, put it anywhere.
Can't we just
Thank you.
go before FinCom and say this is an article we want, but we're at odds about where to put it? Or can we do that or no?
Well, kickoff is Monday night for this, and you got to be ready. You can't put it off, and
We gotta,
because they need
we
time to
gotta
absorb
go
it.
one way or another.
Yeah, the row can't exist if we can't agree on a location. I'm all in favor of that industrial spot. I think Meditech is way too close to that neighborhood. The other option I was thinking of is for that ARO, rezoning that, so plan for the future where you decouple the two, and then move the zone up to the larger location.
All right, so we
Well,
need,
that's another day to rezone.
Exactly.
all right, so we need a motion to do something. One thing would be to keep it as is, another would be to strike this as I described, and another would be to say that the whole town should have it.
Okay.
That's not an option.
I'm not going to make the motion because I'm chair, so.
Well, I'm gonna make the motion to recommend in favor of this article to the Finance and Warrant Commission.
As stated,
written.
As written. I'm lacking a second.
Well, and is anyone, Chris, are you willing to second that?
You're putting me on the spot.
Well, then
No
I'll make an alternate motion that we strike this row from the table and that we strike the definition of substance rehab and treatment facility.
But keeping hospital.
Right.
I second that.
So where does that leave the town?
Nora, you have,
Company wants to come in for a substance abuse treatment.
I just want to point out that I believe your hospital definition refers to the substance abuse
it does.
definition, so you can't strike one and leave the other.
It says no.
Just can't win.
is not a, no, we just can't.
And I also
Yep.
point out,
You should wear a microphone.
Yes.
you should check the rest of your bylaw to see where those words are used. Those definitions that were already in there for hospital were in there for a reason. So it refers to another section in the bylaw where hospital is used, probably in the University Avenue area. That's my guess, that hospital was put in probably as a prohibited use in a district. I think it's also referred to in the FMUOD districts as a prohibited use in the overlay districts. So I don't think you can do away with the hospital definition. I think you do
All
have
right.
to clarify that.
Then I will withdraw my alternative motion and I will second Mr. McCusker's motion.
Thank you.
A motion and a second. All those in.
What was the
So
motion
this is
again?
the motion to accept it as is,
Accept the article as is.
to designate the
With
ARO
A's and
district
the N's and
by
the Y's and the
Board of
same.
Appeals.
Can I ask one more question? Because this is just a different idea. Is there any way?
You need the microphone, sorry.
steps. Rather than making a knee-jerk decision, because it feels like everyone's getting tired and wants to wrap this up, is there any way to make a motion to revert back to the language before this alternative language was proposed? So the language that's been in place for the last 40 years before these amendments were issued?
So that would be, we could vote not to recommend this article and then no change.
Right, so you just live with what we've had for 4 decades until there's an opportunity to reconsider making a zoning amendment or just giving the matter more thought.
That's an option.
That would be a withdrawal of the article. And, you know,
You should be sitting there.
yeah, just stay there.
Shows a poor.
Just want to remind you, the article is more than hospital and substance abuse facility. There are other definitions that are inconsistent in the bylaw. There's a need for a correction. If you want to remove the part about the hospital and the substance abuse and take a chance on that, that's one thing. Striking the entire article has other implications. So medical centers and medical clinics, if you do nothing, are permitted in every district that allows an office of a doctor.
There was a reason we brought forth the article in the first place.
There was.
There was a reason.
But I will say, the reason why we probably haven't gotten a lot of feedback in the past, this was totally buried. You know, I did a lot of research online. I couldn't find this. You know, when it came, I was actually sitting with Brian during the voting, and we asked if there was a quorum, and nobody listened to us during that fall town meeting, and they just went forward with it. It happened also at like 10:30 p.m. So I don't think it's because people weren't listening the first time around. I think it's because it was totally buried in this chart somewhere,
Well-
and people didn't realize, I don't know this. And I'm worried about whether we want to decouple this with here, because what are you going to change it to? I mean, it is a office park, right? So even if we do that option, it's an office park. I don't know what.
It has to be rezoned to something, and it can't be rezoned to residential, so.
So I don't know if
It's
that's
another
going
risk.
to work.
Well, and I-
But look at the difference here, like the density going on. There's clearly a difference there, that these are not the same. So I just wanted to emphasize, because I know it's getting late, that this wasn't because there wasn't concern. I think it was totally buried. And we're here now, and we want you to hear us.
I think we are really hearing you, and I think that I don't want to claim ignorance of this. I mean, I was around for the first time that we proposed this, and honestly, I looked at it and said, most of the medical definitions, that sounds like a good thing. The substance abuse, it's located at a Meditech, is like, they probably chose that because they don't think Meditech's going to go anywhere, and the other location was marijuana, and, you know, it seemed like the best location at the time compared to all the other places. So a lot of the stuff that's come here, yeah, I thought about that, but we didn't hear from people with specific concerns that have come up tonight, and I think in particular, I'm interested in the way things are changing, and the way that we do need these kinds of clinics, and the idea of, you know, that not in my town, you know, it bothers me a little bit to hear that even. But so I was aware of what this was when I voted for it the first time, but not to the full extent of what I've heard tonight. So I think we're back to what can we've decided,
Yes,
we've,
I'm sorry, this just isn't sitting well. So you're telling me, not in our town, we want to have this facility, we want this capability. So you're going to put it in an area where there's all neighborhoods with little kids. Instead of putting it where there's already a memory care facility, there's already a hospital, there's already a transient population that comes in and out of that every day, in and out of the highway. It's isolated from the rest of that. I just fundamentally cannot understand how this isn't the obvious answer for where we put this. I mean, this is what this is. It's a strip mall. It's not a big, beautiful University Ave. There's already
that's
these types of
exactly
facilities
the
here.
point, is that we did not want that to be a strip mall, that it was supposed to be a community.
We all voted because we
hundreds
thought
of
it was
people
gonna
live
be-
there.
It is
and
what it is,
but-
Dave.
It's a
That's
strip
what it
mall,
is.
right? So I don't think having a substance abuse facility is going to bother the target customers as much as it's going to bother the Downey School District and the parents walking their kids every day. So I know you guys voted against that, but I just, in good conscience, can't sit here when we're saying that all these empty shipping facilities and, I mean, Frank Ryan's gutters, I mean, I don't care if there's a facility there, even if there are open properties. I don't think you're detracting from their business. There is so much underutilized space here that I don't think you could eat up even a fraction of what that is to kill our tax base. If our tax base isn't getting what it needs for this split, it's because this was never properly executed, and it doesn't bring in what it said it was going to when we all agreed to it years ago. So when we say Islington has bared the brunt of that, give us a break and move the drug facility rehab over to where there's no houses and no kids and no parents walking every day to school. I'm sorry, I just had to say it because
All right, let's just proceed.
I make a motion, we act on my motion.
We have a motion and a second. This is as is, no changes to
No
this.
changes.
So let's,
As written.
So let's vote on that and see what happens from there. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
So 3 against, 2 for, so that fails. So then I think we take a motion to not recommend this at all.
To rescind the article.
Yeah, to pull the article. If
My
somebody,
recommendation is to recommend the article as written. A special permit is a discretionary approval.
well, but we've
the
already,
ARO.
that did not pass, so we can, basically, we can move on, and it just doesn't get, no action means that it doesn't get sent to FinCom. We're not recommending it, so if we want to have an actual vote on that, we can do that, or we can just
But
not
we-
recommend it.
But we designed the article because it needed to be done. We didn't design it in a vacuum, we designed it because it needed to be done.
Can I have a motion to move on to the next article, or I just need to, we're either going to change votes and approve it, or we're going to move on to the next article?
I guess anyway.
I mean, I think the gentleman spoke very eloquently in the back. I don't know what your name is. Like, I think if there's any way we can reconsider that for this, I think that would be the best for the town and the best for that neighborhood.
So as the chair, I'm going to observe that we have failed to take action on this article, and we will move on to consideration of the next article.
The next one was housekeeping article. Housekeeping is intended to fix typos or errors, erroneous errors that don't have any substantial
I make
change.
a motion to reconsider the industrial location as the zoning article.
Can I second that?
Okay, let's see. A person who originally okay. So you're making a motion to reconsider the industrial use. So first, we have a motion to reconsider, and I will rule that that's in order. We vote on that, and if that's successful, then we would vote on the actual motion again. So all those in favor of reconsidering the vote on allowing the industrial, or designating the industrial district as the district for this, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Nay. So the motion for reconsideration fails. The Article 4, housekeeping.
Now, this was just correcting some minor errors, references to section numbers that had changed over time. And I just noticed one of the overlay zoning districts wasn't listed in the table of contents section.
Do we have any input on this one from the public?
Access.
Do we have any input from board members on the housekeeping changes?
So where does that put the overlay district? Puts it.
It's not putting it anywhere. It's just wasn't listed in the section. We have a section in the bylaw that just tells you what each stands for, the abbreviations, acronyms. So just to include that in the little table. It's on the map. It exists in the zoning bylaw. It just was missing from the list. should I move to the next article? The next article,
So
this.
we're all good with Article 4. Without everyone in favor of sending
I think
Article?
from here
Oh,
on,
yeah.
we can just approve them all at once.
No, you have
Well-
2 more.
There's other people here for.
We'll combine it in a motion.
I just think for us, just one.
I make a
vote.
motion to recommend Article 4.
All those in,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, no abstentions. Article 4 is good. Article 5. Fence height, fence and wall height.
Now, this zoning article recommends revising the definition in section 2 of structure to increase the height of a structure from 6 feet to 7 feet. This is specifically mentioned when it references a fence or a wall. So the way the zoning is written now, you can have a fence, you can install a fence that is 6 feet in height by right without a permit. We have another section of our zoning bylaw, if it's over 6 feet, that's when you need to apply for a special permit. This zoning article proposes allowing up to 7 feet by right without a permit. That's how I've proposed it. We didn't get to talk about it at your last meeting because of the snow date. I had also included, if you wanted to make any changes to, do you have in front of you, section 6310? That's the special permit section. Actually, so if you wanted to change that, so I guess, hold on, let me check that section. So if you wanted to change it, it would be 7 to 8 feet would require a special permit. I think that's what you had last
So
talked
we're going
about.
from 6 to 7 by right and 7 to 8 by special permit.
Special permit from the zoning board of
Would you
appeals.
say over 7 though versus 7? Because by right's up to 7?
Yes, so, hold on, let me just check section 6310, how that's exactly written. Okay, so, all right, so section 10 allows up to 8 feet by special permit from the zoning board of appeals. It doesn't reference below that, so the building commissioner refers to the definition of structure. So currently, if it's over 6 feet, they can apply to the zoning board for a special permit up to 8 feet. It can't be over 8 feet. If someone wanted to install a fence over 8 feet, they would have to apply for a variance from the zoning board of appeals. So it's up to you if you want to make any changes to that section 6310. We didn't have too much time to talk about it before. I wasn't proposing any changes.
We're just shifting
Yes.
it 12 inches.
And the primary concern was at times the Conservation Commission,
They'd have
if
to
there's
raise
a
it a
fence,
foot.
they'd like it to be increased off the ground so wildlife can go underneath the fence. And we've run into instances, if someone wants to do that, it increases a 6-foot panel, then they have to go to the zoning board of appeals. That was the inspiration for
Yeah, it
this.
seems,
And
that's fine with me.
was there anything about the being on remember there's someone asked about the corner and the tangent and all
Yes.
that kind of stuff?
And so when Dave and I went to the initial meeting with the Finance and Warrant Commission, and they had asked us to take another look at that corner clearance, section 5.5. I put that in here if you wanted to make changes. I don't think any changes are required.
I think we
The-
just concluded that this wouldn't cause a problem,
The
that
sightlines.
that
Right.
these requirements for the corner clearance
I
are
think are still
greater.
covered
Still
because
covered.
we
They're not
designed it
affected
to be over 3 feet. You would have to provide that site visibility line.
Yeah, it seems fine to me.
Just,
Nobody's driving
So you
7
don't-
feet off the ground.
If the board agrees, you don't have to make any changes to that section 5.5. sounds like.
Yeah,
I had
sounds
put it
good.
in the ad just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing beats.
Does anyone in the audience have an opinion on this or want to speak to this issue on the fence height?
I make a motion to recommend Article 5.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So we'll move Article 5 forward. Article 6, zoning amendment to accessory uses in residential districts. This is the garage and parking space
Right,
item, like the maximum number of cars and
right. So,
storage.
right now, this is the accessory use section of the zoning bylaw. The way it currently reads is if you have a parking garage or the parking or storage area of more than 3 vehicles, this is in reference to residential properties, you are required to get a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. The change that I would recommend, we've discussed it a little bit before tonight, would to be to strike those words at the beginning and say the parking or storage of more than 3 motor vehicles within an enclosed or covered structure of more than 1 commercial vehicle with gross area, and then allows, so it's defining essentially if it's a garage or carport more than 3. So 4 or more garage bays would trigger a special permit with the zoning board, but it doesn't have any reference to vehicles parked in the driveway. That was the reason we brought this forward was it was saying if you had 4 cars in your family in the driveway, you needed a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals.
So I have, one question I have is, because we're starting to see Airbnbs popping up around Westwood, where they have 5 cars in the driveway on the street. Would this allow for that? Like, are they, like, is the way that you were speaking of, it's, I think what you were referring to was allowing for a 3-car garage structure. And right now, it still speaks to the vehicles themselves.
Right. So this proposal
It says
only
within an
requires
enclosed,
a special permit for if you're doing
You're
a
building
carport or a
something.
garage. Right.
Right.
So it doesn't,
they
it
don't get
removes
involved if
the
it's on the
parking
driveway.
storage.
But is there still language in the bylaws that
see.
restrict more than 3 cars? Or is that wiped out?
In the driveway or in the
We
building?
have-
On the premises? Or is this?
That's pretty generic.
I mean, it doesn't take much to get to 4.
Nope.
I think we have another section about screening.
Is this the entire, is all there is, Abby, now, this line?
Or are we adding this?
Yes, that's, then it just has a no for the commercial district. It's only about, this section is only about the residential. But it's only this one line, section 4332.
So all this is the only change is to add the text here, and that creates a situation where if you want to build a 10-car garage, then you would have to go to the.
Get a special
Well,
permit to do so.
No, the change that I propose also removes any reference to parking
Right.
outside of a garage.
Yeah, see, I think we need only because I know of a recent case of an Airbnb, and the person has 5 cars outside the house. And so you're essentially creating a rooming house type of situation where where the neighbors that are affected have they don't have a leg to stand on because they need this restriction for the cars. Obviously, if there's but I think this removes that.
Yeah, based on discussions that you had earlier, it sounded like you didn't want to require a special permit for cars
Four-
parked in
Yeah,
the
for
driveway.
four cars in a
So
driveway.
You
But the-
can change that language if you want.
But what I'm saying here is the issue, the reason why this was brought to us is because of people building three-car garages, needing to go to the,
Well,
No,
no,
so
that's
that
a no.
wouldn't change, so with this proposal, it doesn't change. The reason I brought it to your attention after review with the building commissioner is because he'll often get calls or someone that may know about this bylaw for vehicles parked in the driveway. And so he was looking to you, the planning board, of what the intent of this section is. Is it to have anyone who has more than 4 vehicles in their driveway to go to special permit for the zoning board of appeals? Or was it originally, well, that's what you're discussing now.
but what are the special permits that he's having to act on? Like, what was he seeing that made us want to do this?
Was it the building of a large garage?
It was the building of three garage bays or more would launch a special
So why don't we
permit.
just, say that can't we just state that 3-car bay garages are acceptable? Because right now, you're not doing that restriction on the vehicles, but why we're here talking about it is because of the 3 bays.
Under the current bylaw, a 3-bay garage is allowed by right. A 4-bay garage would require a special permit. The concern is the way this is written now. It says private garage and/or parking or storage area of more than 3 motor vehicles. What that means is that any house that has a 2-car garage and has room in their driveway for 2 more cars is in violation of our bylaw if they don't have a special permit. That's probably 75% of the town is in violation. So it's not practical. What happens is, because it's not practical, the building commissioner doesn't enforce the bylaw unless he receives a complaint. And if someone complains that their neighbor has 4 cars or has 2 in the garage and 2 in the driveway, he's forced to give them a violation notice and send them to the zoning board to get a special permit, to do what everyone else in town is already doing. So it's just not practical the way it's written. Maybe back in the 1960s it made sense, but it doesn't make sense now.
Is there a constancy threshold that must be met, or is it just one night?
So it would be up to the building commissioner to make a determination. And I think it's if they're regularly, the way this is written, it's if you have the area, the parking garage, the private garage and/or parking or storage area.
So if you've built a big
Even if there are no
turnaround
cars there.
area in
Right,
front of
even
your
if there are no
garage.
cars there, you're technically in violation unless you have a special permit.
So if you-
It doesn't make sense to have 75% or more of the town go to get special permits. So the bylaw needs to be rewritten, and it's a question of what it is that you really think is important to capture. There's another section in the bylaw that says if you have a parking area for 5 or more vehicles, you must screen the vehicles from view from your neighbors.
Do you remember what section that is?
I don't, but I can find
know
it while
it's- okay.
while you discuss.
So I guess, will this change affect the situation where someone has 5 cars parked in their yard?
It'll make it okay?
Yeah.
5? No, well,
I think the town does go after people.
right. It comes down to registered vehicles, unregistered vehicles.
No, it doesn't, because you
Oh, so-
can do an Airbnb
Let me
and
just-
still.
I have a series of questions.
Okay, so if you made this change, it would not prevent someone from parking 5 cars, or 4 cars, for that matter, in their driveway. They would be able to do that. There's a separate section of the bylaw that says if it's 5 cars or more, they have to be screened. That's not proposed to be changed. So what this really affects is the 4th car. This would allow you to have your 4th car in your driveway, or 2 in the garage and 2 in the driveway, without the requirement of a special permit.
So you can have a 2-car garage, and you can have, well, with this change, it gets rid of this area concept, and it just says the parking or storage of more than 3 vehicles within an enclosed or covered structure.
Right, so
So
what
it
that's
doesn't
saying is
count
that
what's
that's
in-
what you need a special permit for, and now they're just not addressing. You could have 10 cars in your driveway if your driveway is big enough for 10 cars. That's not a special permit. A completely separate section of the bylaw, which we're not asking you to change, requires you to screen those if it's more than 5 cars. But as long as you have 4 or fewer cars, you don't need a special permit. However, if you want to put a 4th bay, or 5th or 10th bay, you do need a special permit.
So-
You're saying you have to screen the area not
You have
the
to
cars.
screen the parking area where the cars would be located.
even
So
if
if
you
you have
had
a
no
very large
intention
driveway,
Of having that many cars, if you made a.
if you created a parking area for 5 or more cars, you have to screen that. That's another section of the bylaw.
Okay, but you can, right now, well, no, that's the issue, is that right now, you don't have a garage, but you have a big asphalt thing in front of your house.
If that driveway in front of your house could accommodate 4 or more vehicles, you're in violation if you don't have a special permit, whether or not you put the vehicles in that driveway.
Wouldn't that be considered existing non-conforming?
No.
It's any driveway that's more than 50 feet can accommodate that.
Yes, it
this
can.
has
It's a very poorly written bylaw,
Right.
so it should be
Alright, so-
changed to something that is appropriate, that does what it is you're concerned about
So
addressing.
this change is really about big garages.
This makes that
enclosed-
section only apply to big garages,
Yep.
yes.
So you could, so that if we want to do something else, that's a different
Right,
issue.
right.
And if you want to have 5, if you have 5 cars, then there's a different thing about shielding them and all, but you can have 5.
You can have 5 cars, there's
4
nothing.
with no issue at all, except that right now, if you have 4 cars, someone's going to look and say, oh, yeah, 4 cars fit. It's like, it is a storage area of more than 3 vehicles, so go to the building inspector and
Right, and then you have people who say, well, that's not my storage area, that's my asphalt to get out of the place where I park my car. I have a long driveway so I can back down to the street.
So the effect of this would be to, if someone sees 4 cars in somebody's yard and wants to stop that wants to.
Right now, they would call the building commissioner, and he would be required to go out and send a violation notice to the property owner who has more than 4 cars.
So after this, then there is not, it no longer.
Correct.
You
If
can't
you-
do that, and the reason he's bringing it up is because it doesn't fit people's.
There's no equity, that's the main reason, because it's not enforceable across the town, and so it's only being enforced in cases where someone complains because they're concerned about their neighbor's effect on their property. So you either should have a rule that's fully enforced, or you shouldn't have the rule.
But if this goes through for that neighbor that contacted me about an Airbnb next to their house that's being rented out every night,
Makes it worse.
it makes it worse. There's no, it's by making this change, that's okay. And
So
For the
that's a different issue, but it could affect the number of cars. So if you're, whether it's your single-family residence, a 2-family residence, or a boarding house, which is another possible use under our zoning bylaw, if it's more than 5 cars currently, it has to be screened. If you have a
what if it's-
neighbor who's.
What if it's just 5?
If it's 5 or more, I believe we'll check the language, but I believe it's 5 or more have to be screened. But 4 do not have to be
By
screened.
making this change, that neighbor that contacted me, it's okay. They
By
can't go to-
making this change, right now, if they have 4 or more cars, they can receive a violation notice. And if you make this change, just having 4 or more cars would not require a violation notice. Having 5 or more unscreened
'Cause they-
vehicles would.
The issue right now with the Airbnbs that is growing is that there's little to nothing that somebody can do besides the car situation where somebody drives up that night, parks for the night.
Or, so my neighbor has, grown, has like 18, 19, 20-year-old, 3 kids maybe, and they got 4 cars.
But who's complaining about that?
Anyone.
No,
No.
There are some
Anyone
people
can
that are
complain.
complaining about it, selectively complaining about it, and so it's being selectively enforced. You should not have a bylaw that's not consistently enforced. So I think the board needs to think about what it is they're trying to stop
If so- I
and write the
disagree
bylaw to
with you
stop
there.
that.
If somebody's running a business out of their house and is renting out 3 rooms, and there's 5 cars outside, and it's changing day after day, there's nothing that neighbor can do about it.
There should be a bylaw. If that's what you're trying to stop,
But
this
there
isn't the
isn't a
bylaw to do
bylaw.
it. But this isn't it either. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's not
At
the
least this
cars,
is
it's
something.
it's the rooming house
This is
aspect.
something.
It's the people, it's a lot of other things besides the.
So I'm just pointing
What if
out
they
that
just have one
it's not that simple.
minivan?
We're not just talking about the big house with the 3-car garage. The bigger impact is the smaller lots where somebody's, has a ton of cars next door because if you're in an Airbnb, there's nothing you can do about it.
Then what you're suggesting is that there should be a limit on the number of cars that are associated with a rooming house. That's a different bylaw.
It doesn't exist.
Right.
So
But
if you
that
remove
doesn't
this,
mean
then
you
it-
keep
then-
something that can't be enforced.
Yeah, I think this is a problem because it leads to that situation if someone says, oh, I'm annoyed at my neighbor, he's got 4 cars in his yard, I'm gonna call a building inspector. And it's not
It
really.
allows for spiteful enforcement.
And, this narrows it, so that would no longer be covered by that.
But Dave, you do understand if an Airbnb goes in,
Well, then there
there's
should be.
nothing you can do
Then
about
there
it.
should be zoning about that.
But
like
it
that's-
doesn't exist today.
this
And it
is-
may not exist in the future.
Why don't we, there's some public comment here, so let us hear from you.
My name's Rena. I live on 221 Hartford Street, and I live next door to somebody who has a livery business. And often, I've called Joe Doyle, and he's had to enforce that parking rule because there's always at least 2 cars parked in that garage that don't move for months. And then in the evening, 2 or 3 more come. There have been times when 4 cars are sitting in that driveway and doing nothing. And a 2-car garage so full of stuff they can't put cars in there. It is unsightly in the neighborhood. It lowers your property values to have cars looking like that right next to your house. We put up the fence. So I feel very strongly there should be a limit on the number of cars allowed in a driveway, in addition to a garage.
And this is all you have. This
That's
is it.
I mean, that's
You can't
what-
call Joe Doyle with anything other than this.
Right, so that opens it up. I think, the way I'm interpreting this, it opens it up to that neighbor can line up as many cars that can fit in his driveway, and I have to look at them. And
So they can,
then
4
that-
definitely.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's my interpretation. I could be incorrect, but I really think having too many cars in a driveway not only is unsightly, but it lowers your property value. It's not a parking garage, or a parking yard anyway.
Thank you.
So just to point out, that's not what the bylaw says. What the bylaw says is parking area. It doesn't talk about the cars. So if what you're trying to do is limit the number of cars, not the area that's available for parking, then you need to revise this so that it limits the number of cars. It needs to be written in a manner that it can be enforced. The way it's written now, it cannot be enforced.
Then where else does it say, where else is there a car limit in the
There's no other car limit in the bylaw. You're allowed to have as many cars as you want. There's a section that says if you have 5 or more, you have to screen them from view. 5 or more cars in a residential zone. You have to screen them from view. That's a separate section of the bylaw. But if what you want this to say is if you have 4 or more cars parked in your driveway, visible, then you need a special permit. That's not what it says now. You can amend it to say that. If what you're interested in is just capturing garage structures, that's what's been proposed now, because that's what was discussed by this board over the last few months. But if you really want to limit the number of cars that are visible in the driveway, you can amend it that way.
Could we also just add in that a
Why don't
that a
we-
4-car garage is acceptable? If that's, because that's what our original discussion was about the structure, people coming in and,
Well, that's how I have proposed it, is that it requires a special permit.
but by what you change it here, the situation, I forget what her name was in the audience, she has no call to Joe by making that change that you
Right,
propose.
so that's where if you want to revise this further to limit the number or specify the vehicles that are visible in the driveway.
If you
outside of the
just
structure.
struck the words within an enclosure or covered structure, you capture that. So now instead of saying private garage and or the parking or storage area, you just say the parking or storage of more than 3 motor vehicles. That's what requires the special permit. But you will be requiring about 75% of Westwood households to go to the zoning board and obtain special
They're
permit.
full and you have 1 in the driveway.
The-
It's not
Well, let's-
obnoxious to have 1 car in the
Right,
driveway. don't
I
think
really,
anyone
on
would
this,
think that.
that's the thing, we talked about this before, and it's like, some people that'll be fine to have two cars, but other people, they're big families, and they're gonna have a lot of
It
people
seems to
in
me
that
the
boat.
magic number is 4. If you want 4-car garage, you should have to go to ZBA. It's a big, most houses don't have 4 cars. Most houses have 2 or 3 or none. Some have single. If you want to park 4 cars in your driveway routinely, you got to go talk to someone in town.
So then what you want to do, this restricts you from having both cars in your garage and cars in your driveway. So what you want to do is you want to do the strikeout that Abby has in the beginning. So it reads the parking or storage of more than 3 motor vehicles, and then say outside of an enclosure.
There's another
Or
added thing
a
to that.
garage for more than.
So now what that particular house is doing now, they're parking their car in the garage, closing the door. So now you don't know. So now you're actually increasing the number.
So the question you have to ask is what you're trying to achieve with this bylaw. If you're
what's
trying to
offensive?
stop
A car
cars
in
from
the
being
garage?
visible.
A car in the garage doesn't offend me.
Right now, for somebody, especially for individuals who have chosen to live in a smaller neighborhood where the lots are smaller, if one of those houses becomes an Airbnb, you notice it greatly. It's very unsightly. On a larger lot, you don't notice it as much. But I'm thinking of those residents who are going to, because we're going to see more and more of this.
So then you need to propose a bylaw change affecting rooming houses or affecting some other use, either make this use and not allowed use or put limitations on it and limit the number of parking spaces that are associated with
Yeah, I
those
do think
uses.
we need that. We do.
So we have, so this will say you can't have a 4-car garage without a special permit. That's really all it says.
Right, so if
We
that's
could
not what you're trying to
say,
do.
And you can't, and we could say, and you can only park 3 cars in front of your house, right? That's what you're saying is.
Right, you
add
can,
that
you
back
can
in.
say that. But right now, you're really restricting people who have 3 cars in their garage and 1 in the driveway.
How many of
A
these special
violation.
permits?
Very few.
So why don't we?
So
would
why
that-
don't-
that would-
We're issuing them only for structures, because that's where they get caught. If someone
So
comes
why
to the
we-
building department to build that 4th garage bay, they're sent for a special permit. Other than that, the only violations that are sent out are to neighbors who complain, who
Right,
get
so it's
complaints
very
about.
few. So I personally don't see a problem with it. If there's very few people complaining about it, the only people that are really going to complain about it, again, is that neighbor who has that Airbnb or the woman who has somebody with a commercial vehicle.
But let me explain, then you get neighbor A complains about neighbor B. Neighbor B gets the violation notice and then goes and complains about every house in the neighborhood that has that 3rd or 4th car visible. And so it does snowball.
Yeah.
So it might not happen often, but you have to enforce wherever you get a complaint.
Mhm.
So then you have an entire neighborhood, because one neighbor was concerned about one neighbor, then you
understand
get
that.
everyone.
I
So
understand all
it's
that.
just not practical to have a bylaw that you don't properly enforce.
The other thing is if you have 3 cars in a home and then you have an accessory apartment and they have a car.
So that's different. So an accessory apartment increases the number of cars because you're required to have at least 1 space for an accessory apartment. You're required to have at least 2 spaces for a single-family home and at least 1 space for an accessory apartment. So if you have that, you're required to have 3. So then the building commissioner doesn't give you a violation notice unless you have more than 4.
Okay, why don't we, let's take a vote on this. Let's have a motion either as is or with modifications and vote on it.
I make a motion to adopt or to recommend to Warrant and Finance Commission Article 6 as written.
Do you have a second? Nope. Do I have a second? I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
3 noes. The motion fails. Do I have another motion?
I make a motion to add to the article wording such to the effect of 4 cars visible or more in the driveway needs a special permit, needs to be addressed. If this is the only place we can address the driveway issue, then I think we should add it here.
So would you strike within an enclosure, or would you add, would you say and?
I would keep this language, but then add, in addition, those cars stored in plain sight, visible to the street. I don't know how you want to say
So
that,
the
but in the
parking or,
driveway.
the parking or storage of more than 3 motor vehicles within an enclosure or covered structure, or the parking or storage of more than 3 vehicles
Or,
outs.
sorry, yes. I thought you were reading the commercial one, sorry.
No, I'm
Yes, I was, yeah, insert,
or the parking of more than 3 motor vehicles on the property.
yeah, I mean,
So what did,
Yes.
can you, what did, in lay words, what are we saying?
Outdoors.
yes. Right, I'm trying to distinguish the
Yeah.
garage parking from the outdoors.
Okay.
You could have 6 cars, 3 in the garage, 3 in the driveway, and you're violating nothing.
You need a special permit if you want to
You
have.
want that fourth one
fourth
in the
car.
garage or fourth one in the driveway.
Yeah, you need a special permit if you
That's why it's
want a
4
big
is the magic
garage,
number.
or if you want to put 4 cars out in front of your house.
Yes.
Either way.
You
it's
need to go
special.
talk to the town if you want 4
You
somewhere.
have- Yeah, and if you don't have a
I
garage.
don't know how you word that. You went to school for this, right?
It sounds like you're saying to add after the, what I had inserted.
Yes,
Or
what you
parking of
put.
more than 3 outside of an enclosure.
And that's a special permit, so someone
And
can
then
go to the
special permit.
ZBA and say, I need this really badly, and,
Chris, can you do it in, say it in layman's terms again?
I don't want to see 4. If you want to park 4 in the driveway or on the premises outside of an enclosure, you have to get a special permit. In addition to what
Right
Abby
now,
said
it's,
about.
right now, it's 3.
No, it's 3, no, it's more than 3 right now. So essentially,
It's the same thing. right?
it's requiring what we haven't been enforcing.
Requiring what we haven't been enforcing.
You're adding, clarifying to enforce.
it takes away area, so it's back, to- it's
But it
back.
now needs
Yeah, I
to be
don't care if
enforced.
someone has a long driveway and it's never used to park cars, that's just, their house is far from the street, they need a long driveway.
So you're
They
gonna.
shouldn't be punished.
So it's really, it's simple. If you want a big garage, if you want a 4-car garage, or, it's,
Yeah. 3, you're fine, 3 is
4-car
by right.
garage, that's half of
You need a
this.
special permit.
And the other is putting.
Wait, so if you want a 3-car garage, you need a special permit?
No, no.
More
You
than
don't,
3.
right. I-
3 by
I
right,
understood that.
4 by
Next.
special.
If you want to park 4 cars in your driveway, you need a special permit.
So what you guys are trying to accomplish, you're not, the Airbnbs maybe one night, they're not gonna get caught for having 4 or 5 cars.
Yeah, there's,
So her complaint that the commercial vehicles, this would protect her.
if
With
there's
that,
4 or more cars
It
in the
says,
driveway.
Or more than one commercial vehicle.
Oh,
So either
right.
way, it gets captured. And I think, I understand Brian's with the Airbnb, but catching them doing that is gonna be really difficult
Yeah,
because.
it is. If you're
So-
transient and it's one night, it's gonna be hard.
So you, as Nora said, we're gonna have over 75% of the town in violation, the way it's written right. If
But
we change it to,
Only if we use area are they in violation, not use.
And what does it cost? Just curious, like, what does it cost to get that special permit?
you don't want to change?
I don't want to change it.
I think $750, but I'd have to check.
Oh,
I'm
no,
not
for special
sure.
permit for zoning board, no, it's.
Oh, no, it's for-
150 or so.
Variance is $750, yeah, I think it's $150 or so, that's right. So if you're excluding the cars that are in the garage already, so you're taking out the word area there, then everyone doesn't have 3 cars in their driveway, but a significant number of people still do. I mean, have 4 cars in their driveway. Most houses in town probably have 3 in their driveway and 1 or 2 in a garage.
Right.
So probably you're not finding so many violations, but there will be some. There will
There
be
will
some
be-
people that have 4 cars in their driveway, plus whatever's in their
It
garage.
doesn't take much for kids to go off to college and for the summer, they're all home and they're parking in the driveway. And then come September, they're gone. And all the cars magically disappear. So it's a weird
But
dynamic that.
nobody's complaining about that today. They're not complaining about that today.
Well, they are. There just aren't that many complaining about it, but there are some. And it's usually in a case where there's a neighborhood disagreement.
But more to the point, this is cleaning up what we should be cleaning up.
Right.
Because Joe is like, what do I do? So he needs our guidance. So that's what we're trying to do, is guide him as to what our intent is.
So we're gonna really, is it gonna be with this, that he drives by and there's sees 4 cars and he slaps a ticket on, like?
No.
No.
He's not going to drive around
He doesn't
enforcing
want
it.
to
He doesn't do that.
And what about if someone's visiting?
Yeah.
But-
That's not the same as, it's not a consistent condition.
Right,
So a
that's why I asked if
violation,
there's a
what
constancy.
happens when someone does complain and he goes out to see if there's a violation? He sends them a notice saying you may be in violation, and then they explain the circumstances. And if it was a temporary condition where someone was visiting, it's not a violation.
Yeah, again, so I like where you're going with this. But what that does do for this individual that recently contacted me, and I know that that situation's gonna grow, is that you can bury one of the cars in the garage and have 3 out in the driveway. Whereas right now, if you bury one in the garage, you can only have 2 in the driveway. So, and that's the only mitigation for somebody who happens to be living next to somebody who is monetizing their house
Well,
as an Airbnb.
Right now, if you have a big driveway, then you have a problem with this.
No, but nobody's complaining because of a long driveway, Dave.
I'm just saying that.
No, but that's what we have to clean up. We can't allow that to continue because it's ambiguous.
So I think
what the
I think
law is.
something that Brian would solve your problem is still removing the words private garage and/or an area. All right, so now you have the parking or storage of more than 3 motor vehicles, and just leave it at that, and not have the enclosure. That keeps it where you are. It's still parking
that
and storage
allows for
of 3
the
vehicles, but it limits it to vehicles, not to the area. And then your concern is with the garage itself. So you could do one or the other, but if we do what you want to do, Brian, I just want to make sure you understand that it's still not going to be enforced. It's more enforceable when there are actual cars that
No, I
you're
understand
counting,
that.
but it's not going to be enforced. There will be many residents in
If you heard the
violation.
despair of somebody who is living next to
I have.
an Airbnb, it's pretty
have.
bad.
I have.
It's despair.
But this is not necessarily a way that's going to affect that property.
Yeah, I would
so.
like to see that warrant article in the fall.
So, I think we have, do we have?
I tried to make a motion. I'm not sure where the hell it went, but.
I think, I understand the motion to be that it's, I feel like I've said this.
Permissible for 3.
You can have 3-car garage, and you can have
3 in the driveway.
3 in the driveway. And
Without needing.
Without
special-
needing a permit. That's the
Anything
maximum.
more, anywhere.
Does that, so
That's
that's
my
that's the motion. We have a second. Do we have a second? Well, I'm not, last few times I've seconded it, I was the only one who voted for it, so I'm gonna take that as a sign of that's not gonna work.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I understand it's to say, we know, we understand. Any questions? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions?
I'm saying I can't
2, 2,
decide
1.
just yet.
Okay, so that fails to pass. If there is not a further motion, then I would say that this article also drops off the list of things we send to the FinCom.
I make a motion to withdraw this.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
We have a motion and a second to withdraw this. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
No. So the motion fails, and since all the motions have failed, we fail to take action, and the effect is that it does not get sent to FinCom. So, the next article is, what's next? 7, 8.
Residential. I mean,
Zoning amendments to residential retirement community. This is to apply the affordability requirement formula that's used in all the other zoning to the RRC, because
It's
this,
to fix
Right.
Epic, right?
That was staff's original proposal was to add an affordability requirement. The same affordability requirement that we have in our special permit sections elsewhere in the bylaw, which requires if you're proposing 8 or more units to have 15% affordable. It's the exact same language. Once we started working on that, we did hear from representatives from Fox Hill Village about requesting some additional changes. So what we have here is updating the RRC section, residential retirement community, to remove old references to a coordinated unit and revise the language to say assisted living residence. To also revise the definition of building height to be more consistent with how we define it elsewhere in our bylaw, by the feet rather than number of stories. And so the request here is to revise it to refer to the building height definition, and to we put in the height of 65 feet, which was the height of the existing buildings at Fox Hill Village.
I don't remember talking about this before. Can you explain this?
Right, because we didn't talk about it before. It was, the original proposal was to add the affordability component. But then once we started, submitted the warrant article, shortly after we heard from representatives of Fox Hill Village that they would like to see further changes to the section of the bylaw. And that's where we started, we took a look at the entire section 8.4. 8.4 is about residential retirement communities. The only one we've had apply under this district is Fox Hill Village. And so the reason we've brought up these other changes is there was a recent closure of the, a couple of the buildings there. So to think ahead for future development to revise the section of the zoning bylaw.
So we're, for the building height, previously it stated 5 stories.
Yep.
And now you're changing it to 65 feet.
We wanted to look at what exactly is there now. And so we had a site visit with our building inspector, look at the height of what's there now. So that's where we got the 65 feet. Also, our building height definition refers to the average height of the building. So it references the building height definition in section 2. We have representatives from.
Would you like to speak to this?
I was going to say something.
Hi, I'm Heather Sawitsky. I'm the counsel for Fox Hill Village. I'm here with Tony Amico, the managing director. We started talking with the people in town hall with Nora and Abby because there was a 70-bed nursing facility on the campus that was owned by another entity. It closed this past summer. We purchased the building, and we're in the process of replanning the use of that building. It will no longer be used as a skilled nursing facility, but it will be replaced by some assisted living. It was a 70-bed nursing home. Ultimately, we expect that there'll be 24 assisted living residences. We also have 24 assisted memory residences that we built 7 years ago up on the campus as well. So we have had a lot of conversation about affordable housing. We have no objection to the language that's being presented, but we did want some clarification about height because the existing bylaw says that no more than 60% of our buildings can be higher than 5 stories. The height of a story isn't defined anywhere, and we just wanted more definition, and we also wanted consistency because we didn't really understand what 40% versus 60% meant. none of these buildings can be seen from the street. And we also wanted some relief on the density because now we don't have 70 nursing home beds, we have 48 assisted living beds, but they're considered housing units. So even though the actual number has shrunk in terms of the number of beds, we have more housing, so we're bumping up against the density at 4.5 units per acre. So by moving it up to 5 units, which is an increase of 32 units, we're fine.
So this, you're still going?
No, that's it.
So this structure already exists, so you're going to be modifying the building itself?
We're in the process of planning to take that building down and build something new.
And so it'll be the identical height as it was before?
No, it won't. The building before was 2 stories with a very tall attic. This one will be a 3-story building. But, well, it will not be 65 feet.
Right. I'm going to say, so is this zoning, does this apply for the entire town? Or is this specific to certain?
Yes, it's allowed in the ARO zone that we had talked about before. Let me just pull up the table.
Because I'm just trying to, it's section 8434, so what is that? Where is?
It's section 8.5.
8.4, residential retirement community. I think it used to be 8.5 for an older version.
Maybe I have an older version.
Doesn't list the table here.
So let's say Roach Brothers goes away. Does that mean that somebody can build this
nope.
in Roach?
It's in the
not
table
ARO.
of, it's only allowed by special permit in the ARO.
In the
What we
ARO.
had, a little bit how we talked about
Fox Hill.
earlier.
Where's that? Yeah. We have an ARO?
So this is the only RRC special permit that's ever been issued. So the changes that they're talking about, that would still require an application to be submitted for that change. But while they're thinking about it, they contacted us about taking another look at the zoning.
And that's what made these changes?
And that's where we
Prompted these changes.
got these changes. It
So
was-
somewhere on the property, there's a 65-foot building.
Yes, today. That
They
will-
don't want to rebuild that, they want to build a 3-story, sorry.
Right.
But we're just clarifying,
Yeah,
in the future, nothing more than what's already there can be built, height-wise.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
If that's site-specific, shouldn't that be a variance or a special permit? Shouldn't be a bylaw for the whole town.
It's
No, it's
the
only for
ARO.
that district.
for the zoning
Right, it's still a
district.
residential retirement community
Yep.
district.
For the ARO.
But we're talking about one building. Them building one building on their property.
In
That's
that
what this
zone.
was asked for. And I respect them, asking for it, but it seems like it's a variance issue to me, not a bylaw change.
Well, it's clarifying 5 stories is what it was going to say, or what it says now.
So it currently says 5 stories.
Yes.
Can somebody do the math on that for feet for me?
Well, because
no definition.
It's
we,
the average height. It's
12.
actually
Yeah.
5,
Yeah, it's probably.
5 stories. is-
Commercial building is anywhere from 10 to 13 or 14 feet, depending on how you're building.
5 stories seems higher.
65 feet?
Yeah.
Well, if you want 5, you got to make it lower ceilings
Right.
to get this within the 65-foot.
That's what I said.
but we want to clarify because the definition now just says 5
60%.
stories and doesn't say exactly how much
Foot,
that,
right.
that could be. So that's why we wanted to revise.
Yeah.
So that's,
Clarify that.
It's much clearer.
so that is just a clarification of that section there is 65 feet.
But it also gives this condition that 60%.
Well, that was there before, so I was proposing to delete that reference.
So there are existing buildings at Fox Hill that are 65 feet?
Yeah.
So I'm good at
That was the highest.
There is
I'm
one
sorry.
there at least.
At 11:40 at night, I'm having a tough time wrapping my head around.
Well, I agree with getting rid of the percent
Yeah, so
aspect
the
of this,
footprint,
because
though.
it's very confusing.
So this would,
Have to get involved with the architect.
60% of the footprint.
So it could mean that it's greater than 60.
No. Oh, 60%.
Well, the previous thing, 5
No more than
stories, but, you know, what you could have without that restriction on it is 100% is 5
Right.
stories, right? So, you know,
Exactly.
that's different. I mean, that's a,
Yeah, 60% is giving the threshold of 4 stories. You're removing the threshold.
that's, you know, it's aiming for a look that is not all the same, right?
box.
A box.
But changing it, you allow for that. I'd have to see examples of this. It's in my head.
Why not
it's-
just change that to feet as well? I mean, if it's, you know, height in excess of
But the percentage is removed.
48 feet or whatever.
Well, no, they're talking about the footprint, how big the building is.
Diameter.
60% of the footprint can't go higher than 4 stories. Whereas
Right, but we
we're
don't know
removing
what-
that restriction, so now you
We
can
don't
have.
know what that would be.
You can have 100% being
65
greater than 4 stories.
65 feet based on this.
Just want to give you a little history on this bylaw section. Fox Hill Village was actually created under a completely different special permit, and then this bylaw section was written to codify what Fox Hill Village built. So it's kind of it's a very odd
It's in reverse.
bylaw. Yeah, it did it the opposite of what you would normally do. So that was written to capture what they had with Fox Hill Village and Clark House. Clark House is going away, and I think we want to see something different there. And we want to see an increase in our affordable units. So this would encourage them to build more housing that serves our seniors and also gets us more
This is all special permit.
affordable uses, yes.
So the planning board, whoever occupies it at that time, whenever they build this 65-foot thing, has say on architecture.
Right, there's design control under the special permit, but the idea was to make this bylaw section more like all of our other bylaw sections. It isn't now. It's a very strange hybrid section. It didn't address affordable housing, and it doesn't address height or area the way
So
our
are
other
there other
bylaws do.
bylaw sections that have this kind of 60%
No,
footprint,
nothing.
whatever? So that's the reason for taking it out, was to make it more consistent with
With the rest
the
of
other
our bylaw,
bylaws, to
right.
not, they're trying to go for this, you know, not
Yeah,
boxy
but
look, and we can
this-
do that
and-
through the special permit process.
No, but you're saying the opposite, Dave. This is allowing for it to be a box.
No, it's allowing for them to request to build a box. It's a special permit. You can say, don't build the box.
Yeah, but if you,
You can say, I'd like to see this, and you know what?
but the opposite is true too. I have something that looks more like a box. Is that okay with you? Versus we're removing that 60%.
When you say, is that okay with you, the board just says no.
So look at
It's
it,
not.
look at it like the
Change it.
Pulte special permit that you approved for the condos down at University Station. That was a special permit. They came to you with the design.
Yeah,
You said,
I
don't do
understand
this,
though,
do
yeah.
that. So that's what would happen here. But it's making a building envelope like all of our other zoning bylaws have, not having a convoluted formula.
Yeah, it seems like this was a clumsy way to achieve the goal of not having a complete rectangle box.
Yeah, they're trying to create art or architecture through a formulaic process.
So
I think honestly, I think the opposite is true. This is actually forcing a more creative way.
The board has all the discretion in the world to force the creative way. They don't have to say
You've
yes.
seen what happens with that sometimes.
Okay, so we have building height, the density limitation. Is any questions or concerns about it feels like that's a small adjustment.
I think it's a high building. I don't, and if this changes from an ARO, if they move it into another zoning area, this will go with it, right? 65 feet?
It's only allowed in ARO. I mean, another building could be proposed for, in the ARO for 65 feet, but there's already one there. That's where the idea came from, is we didn't want to make it anything lower than what was already there. We didn't want to create a non-conforming building.
I don't know, if they were moving forward with this plan, I'd almost want to see what they're envisioning. It sounds like they do have an idea of what it's going to look like.
It's-
come back for a special permit. There's a lot of permitting.
You know, but I mean, a lot of folks would come in with this is what we're envisioning before they submit the application. So do you know what it's going to look like?
3 stories?
Yeah, they're not proposing to do anything. This is just cleaning up what's here.
Yeah.
They don't want to build 65 feet. They want to build 3 stories.
Yeah.
I think it was just your eyeballs on this created the need for, oh, we got to clean this up, as I understand what's happening.
But can't you do what you're proposing the way that it's currently written?
It's not clear because of this 60/40. I'm not sure that, frankly, the existing.
Oh, we need the microphone, sorry. Finally noticed the signal from the back. Yeah, you can hold the microphone.
You can take it home.
I think we all just want to go home, but we just wanted more certainty. It's not clear, and we now have 2 small cottages that are 1-story, and those are the White Oak cottages that are on the campus. Then we have our main building that I think it's maybe 65 if you count all of the chimneys and roof lines. And what we're building it's a much smaller building than the main building, but I'm not sure.
So I think the way that it currently is written, I think you can build it to that. It says the maximum height shall be 5 stories, so they're within that, provided though that no more than 60% of the building shall be built up upon to a height in excess of 4 stories. You're not going above 4 stories. So what you're
The question is whether or not it's 40%. We wanted some certainty. Our architect would really appreciate some certainty as to what he can do. We know we have to come back for a special permit before we do anything, and there'll be ample opportunity for everyone to get comfortable.
To me, this seems within what you're describing what you want to do, without a change.
I am not sure.
So,
I think it
Brian, I
does.
think what would happen is this would be part of it. They would have to come in and prove that they meet this, and that's kind of they have to like.
But this is
show
all
the
about the
60
maximum, so they're under the maximum in both categories.
But again, they'd have to do the calculations and come in and prove this, that they fit into the 60% footprint and then the 4 stories and what's the height supposed to be. And when they can just come to a special permit application and do the preliminary application,
I think
show
you
us
miss-
what they want to do, and then we can
But
give
the
them guidance.
60% thing says no more than 60% of the structure can be greater than 4 stories. They're only going 3. So that's a moot point.
It's not a moot point because I don't believe that the existing configuration of our main building, I think it's more than 60%.
So you're speaking of a different structure now.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that I know what this says, but when I look at the footprint of the main building versus the footprint of the Clark House building, which is considerably smaller,
Yeah.
I'm not sure that you could say it's 40% of all of the building.
But the building has already been approved and built, nobody's coming back to say you're in violation of that.
Right, and we're not changing the height of the main building. The building we're planning to build is smaller. What I am concerned about is making sure that what we build is the planning board would consider to be 40% of all of the buildings on the site. That's the issue.
The site, got it.
And since there didn't seem to be a specific reason for the 60/40,
But the building footprint, wouldn't that just mean the new building? That's not, we're not talking about a site, we're talking about footprint, building footprint. In my mind, there's no need to change this.
Do we not get the affordable, though, with the
No,
way
that's
it's written
Right.
previously? Or
There's no affordability component right now.
Yeah,
that requirement.
that doesn't apply to affordability.
If this went through, it would.
Oh, I'm saying to change this verbiage. I would change the other
Oh, okay.
verbiage. I'm talking about 8434 is a moot point.
It is important to recognize, we're trying to come up with a general rule. We're not trying to fit exactly what they might be building. This is to come up with something that conforms with everything that we're doing. It's just that they, as the potential first somebody that wants to develop under this bylaw, they don't have clarity about what to do. So we're trying to consider that and write something that is going to work in general.
And based on what Nora said, nowhere else in town does this equation show up in building
That's the
restrictions. What?
Can it move out of the, how does it move out of the ARO? The way that's, so right now, this
It
is
doesn't.
specific to the ARO.
Right, you
Not
can
just the AR,
only,
it's that lot. It doesn't go to the other Meditech. It's just Fox Hill.
well, the RRC section,
See, this is
special
where-
permit, is allowed in the ARO. This is the only facility right now that would apply to that.
Right, so you can't apply for a special permit under this bylaw, say, in Islington or
Can you in the other?
only in the ARO, can you?
In the ARO zone,
So you
yeah.
could, the Meditech campus would also be available for this kind of thing.
So
So that's what, yeah.
8434, I hear what you're saying, Dave, but that's different than the discussion earlier where this is, we received an application, they need to do some things, you want to tighten up the language, but it seems like it's already tight here for 8434.
I can understand the confusion of the property owner.
What are the words that are confusing?
She's just uncertain. She doesn't want to spend money to go down this road if it's going to turn out that the board, and we may have a new board by the time they do that,
But
so.
you said you understand that it's confusing, so what
I
is
can
confusing
understand-
in
I
that?
can understand that the property owner doesn't
So you-
understand it.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's actually a special permit from the zoning board of appeals, but.
Oh, so we're not going to hear it anyway.
There you go.
Well, you'd have.
So
site
we're
plan
totally
review,
clear at
but,
this table.
Yeah, it's vague. It's not clear of what someone could develop under the zoning bylaw.
Okay. Are there any questions about other parts of this?
So where is the affordability language?
Oh, the very last page,
important piece.
or the end, add a new affordability requirements section, 8436. And that's the same language that we have elsewhere in the bylaw, which if you build 8 or more, it's specify how you round essentially.
You just copy
in
and
the
paste it,
50%.
basically?
Yep.
What we have elsewhere in town.
I don't see why we just can't limit the height.
So this 65-foot component, it would hold true with an RSC applying in the other East Street Meditech area.
Yes, in all the zoning districts. Someone would have to apply for a special permit.
And again, it's not a by right height, it's just, that's the maximum you can request.
And that goes to the ZBA.
Yep,
Right.
It doesn't come to us.
right.
Right.
I don't see why
Unless
for
we change
8434,
that,
we
but I don't
can't
think-
just keep the height, change the height.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah, just one more comment. I just don't understand if this can be in either section, here or here, and this is to help them with their development, why it has to be a bylaw change. It seems like it goes to the zoning board of appeals, and they can apply or have a sit-down meeting with some renderings of a building they want and ask the zoning board of appeals or town council,
I
does
think,
this meet the intent of the bylaw? Without
Exactly.
changing anything.
If-
The only thing that I do like here is the affordability. You know, I'm all about keeping it above that 10%.
if
You know,
it
I think that's
doesn't,
great, but to do the 65 feet, nobody's building 15 foot high buildings per floor. They're just not happening. I do construction for a living. And all the high rises in Boston, they're trying to make them lower, 9 feet, 8 feet. Slam that ductwork in any way you can, you know? 15 feet for 5 stories is awful high, and I just don't see why you would do it for one applicant.
Right.
Thank you.
It doesn't
And no
make sense.
disrespect to them.
so Abby, wouldn't this, because it's the ZBA, and if it fails to, if it's outside the scope, outside of the bounds here, it would be a variance, right? You would need a variance. If they put the plan together and then they measure it and they say, oh, you don't have these percentages, it's like more than 4 stories on 61%.
Right, but
of the
it's a little bit
footprint.
open to interpretation, so that's, I think, what the
But why
purpose of
remove the
trying to clarify.
60%? I don't understand that. I don't understand that.
So you don't know if it's a variance or, because if it's a variance, see, then they have to show a hardship in order to do it,
Yeah,
whereas
a variance is very hard to get if someone, so
Is that what they would need?
they wouldn't want to,
the uncertainty is much worse than if it were coming just simply,
Right.
where we could have a waiver or something like that. It's,
They would either have to meet, if there are dimensional requirements in a bylaw, you meet those requirements or you request a variance if it's dimensional. In this case, they'd have to request a variance if they didn't meet that. And it's not clear how you interpret 60% of what. How do you determine what the floor area is? Floor
It says
area is
right
not,
there. It says measured by the building foundation.
which building? And what do you consider the building? If you're familiar with Fox Hill Village and the former Clark House, they're connected. It's not a completely independent structure. And then the other question that comes into play is, are the White Oaks cottages, which are separate structures, part of the calculation? It's not clear. It's not clear to our building commissioner.
So is the new
It's
building
not
going to be
clear.
part of the other building, or is it going to be a separate?
It's a separate building with a common, well, right now there is a common wall.
Yeah, so that's not the foundation. So it's not what you're saying it is, Nora.
There's going to be
Brian, you're not the one who makes the determination. Our building commissioner is, and they would consider it as a single unit. Whether they'd consider the White Oak cottages part of that unit, we don't know. So it would be up to the building commissioner to interpret the bylaw. It's not clear how to interpret it. So the request that's before the board to consider is making this section of our bylaw like every other section of our bylaw with clear dimensional requirements.
Did you speak to the building commissioner to get guidance?
he,
The assistant,
Yep.
Uh-huh.
He measured.
Do the site
And
you can
was
do
he-
the microphone, or you can just hold the
Sorry.
microphone. I hate to make you
I think-
like,
I
right.
did a site visit with Abby.
I reviewed the language with the building commissioner and building inspector. The assistant building inspector went out, and that's where he determined the 65 feet based on the existing building.
Oh, we can limit the height.
So the building inspector is asking that we change it to 65 feet, right?
Well, he didn't come to us
you
and
ca- oh,
ask
you
me,
came to
but
the sorry.
he wanted to
You-
make sure we weren't
Okay.
creating a non-conforming situation, so let's figure out what's there today. So that's where we got the 65
Okay.
feet and tried to match it to how we define building height in the rest of the zoning bylaw. So he agreed with this not having a clear guide for him on the second part, the existing bylaw, about the stories and that percentage.
That's a very large structure.
Was it the ZBA that approved the building of Fox Hill in the first place?
Yes.
Sorry. She nodded and so did you.
We could go lower on the height, if that's the concern.
Well, we didn't want to make the building that's already there non-conforming. So that's why we thought, let's go out and measure it.
Right.
so why don't we, if we separate the overall height, that seems like a 65 feet versus 5 stories seems like consensus. And then the 60%, I'm convinced that it's confusing and hard to calculate as it is now. I mean, and so that works for me. Should we make a motion to,
What is confusing about that, Dave? I know we want to get home, but I don't know, what's confusing about that? to you?
so as Nora described, the multiple houses, buildings, which ones do you count in that calculation? How do you make that all work out? The building inspector is saying that he doesn't know what we meant by this,
But I don't think
right?
that, did the building inspector say that he was confused by this?
He agreed with these changes. I reviewed this draft with him.
But did he say the original language was confusing?
Yes.
Okay.
I would make a motion that we accept the article as written and endorse it to appear before the FinCom.
I second that.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that's recommended Article 7. Now, we did
Thank you
not.
for coming.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the hour.
We did not actually vote on Article 1, so let's make sure we vote on Article 1 for the open space plan.
Open
Just
space.
direct that we are going to send that on to the FinCom.
Too many public questions on it. Did you already say that for Article 1?
Does anyone have any public comment to make on the open space plan again?
I thought we did.
So I make a
we
motion
did,
to.
I just want to make
I
sure.
make a motion to approve Article 1,
Second.
to recommend it for.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So just to, what do we have here? So we're sending Article 1. Article 2 is good to go. Article 3 is not.
I feel like I'm still.
Article 4 is good to go.
Final.
Fence height is good, right?
Yeah.
We approved that. Article 6, accessory uses for the vehicles, no, that's not going anywhere. And the retirement community, yes, is going. So that's the status of the zoning amendments that we are submitting for town meeting. We voted on all those things. And we need to continue the public hearing of these zoning amendments to the FinCom meeting.
You need a motion for that?
Yep.
Need a motion to continue the
Monday,
article
March
discussion
4th,
to Monday, March 4th.
7 PM at the library.
7 PM at the library on Route
I second
109.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Do the minutes and
Yeah, the next item was to be
whatever the next.
Oh, yeah.
continued or not.
Can you please continue the planning board rules and regulations? I still need to draft those and get
Make a
those
motion to
to you, so we can
continue the,
make
do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
Make a motion to continue the planning board rules and regulations
To
to
April 9th.
April 9th.
Here, 7 o'clock, Kirby Street.
Downey Street, 250 Downey
Downey Street,
Street.
250.
At 7 o'clock.
At 7 o'clock.
At 7 p.m.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That is continued. Other business?
We have one thing I'd like to hear from you on, really, is the
Sleep?
Hedgerow Lane discontinuance. Hedgerow Lane, there's an article for town meeting to discontinue a portion of Hedgerow Lane, the old Hedgerow Lane.
It's the circle, right?
Yes, the old circle,
Okay.
to discontinue it, so that the property owners
We're
want the
giving it
land.
to the property owners, correct?
Yes, that was the agreement. Do you want me to pull up the map and that here?
It's the entrance to Westwood Estates.
Right.
Yep.
You, during the subdivision approval, you wanted them to physically remove the pavement and the old bulb and grass it over, so it looks like it extends to the new road. After that, the homeowners approached the town and would rather own the land, so that can only be done through town meeting, discontinuing that portion of the road, so that it can go to the property owners.
So
So
then-
that old hedgerow bulb
Yeah.
would no longer exist.
Be a straight shot in.
Yep,
And they will extend the driveway at their own cost?
yes, or the developer and the homeowners have
They'll
worked
figure
that
it
out,
out,
yeah.
okay.
Why did they want the bulb in the first place?
They wanted to own the land rather than have
That's
a
what they
right
want
of
now,
way.
correct?
That's what they
In-
want now.
I thought that's what
What
they
was the
originally
change?
wanted 2 years ago.
What was the change?
The change, there was the reason we didn't originally propose it was because 2 of the houses got their frontage on the old hedgerow, so that's why we thought we'd keep the right-of-way layout. However, now they've worked out, revised all the lots so that they all have the frontage on the new hedgerow lane.
Yeah, I thought we were trading off boundary lines. and,
Yeah,
you
it
know.
turned out the property,
I always had that.
no, we had kept it in the right-of-way, or we hadn't proposed anything. It was the owners on Hedgerow Lane that live there now that have preferred to own the land rather than have the area owned as part of the right-of-way.
I get it. but I don't know why that wasn't done the first.
Before we switch to high
Because
definition.
it wasn't the planning board's authority, it has to go through this town meeting process.
so
So you
what's
didn't
our-
have the authority during the subdivision approval.
And the next time we switch to high definition, can you tell me so I can get a haircut?
What is our action on this item?
Oh, I think, to make a recommendation to the select board, I think I drafted it somewhere in here. If you could, on page 6, at the bottom of page 6, if you could move to support the request to discontinue portion of the former hedgerow lane right-of-way. They would still need to file the subdivision modification with you. That changes the lot lines. But that can be done, that should be done after town meeting.
Okay.
I make a motion to what you just said,
Support the request to discontinue
to support the request to discontinue
portion of the former hedgerow lane right away.
a portion of the.
I second it.
A motion, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say
Aye.
aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that's passed. Is there anything else we need to,
Need.
Is there anything we need?
Minutes from January.
Need.
Yes, yes. And we have one change. At one place, we said the following conditions. It really is the
Can we
above
move
conditions.
that to the next meeting?
No.
No.
It's just January 8th and January
Got it,
29th
got it, got it,
meeting minutes, so you don't have any approved yet of this far. Did you get a chance to look at them?
I did look
Okay.
at them, yeah. I make a motion to, go, no, you go.
I make a motion to accept the minutes as presented for January
8th and
8th and 29th.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, those minutes are accepted.
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Minutes.
Aye. We are adjourned.